Hey yo everybody, what's up? Tom here, back at you with another video. We're blasting. I've got all the pieces together. I'm pretty sure I can get a few more tiers of maps just with the gear I have on right now. I messed with the item filter earlier, it wasn't working, so I went back to whatever the default filter blade one is. Okay. Do I have a map in my inventory? No. Does Ange have any money for me? No. What are you doing, Ange? How do I get algorithmically promoted here? Okay. Waystones. Let's go... Well, let's go the highest that we have. Oh, actually, can I buy from Doriani?
This is all we have.
Sevens. I think I should buy all the sevens.
The right choice. Indeed.
Do we have any good eights? Enfeeble, elemental weakness, monsters are evasive. This is okay. Players are cursed with enfeeble. Okay, so we'll go to 7. And we'll alch this. Usually alchs are pretty good. Why don't I roll a bunch of these, actually? I'm gonna alch 1. That's good. Now let's use regular trances. Actually, you know what? Great. I'm getting greater at a pretty good clip here. This is a good start. Okay, Aug. Amazing. Oh, chilled, ground, and enfeebled. Alright, well, at least I have this one to start off with. And I don't think I need these different rings here. How are my skill gems? I could put something in Wind Dancer. Although, skill gems are pretty scarce nowadays. Map attempted? Well, yeah, I attempted it because I fucking got disconnected. Fuck me, dude. I might as well do this one instead. So how's everybody doing? Everybody have a good chill time? How was your week? You know, I was busy, man, between work and school and trying to grind as much as I can in PoE and stream it to 2 viewers, one of whom is me, and the other must be some bot or like a crazy schizophrenic person. No, actually, I take that back. That was really mean. Schizophrenia seems like a terrible disease to have to deal with. Have you ever heard what it's like? People actually hear voices and shit.
Quick and lethal.
Ready to hunt?
Roa, where you at? Oh, I think I dodge rolled. You gotta remember, you don't want to dodge roll with this Roa. It's better to just keep shooting while you move. You go so... nobody can attack and move at the same speed as you. And, oh my god, I leveled up. Oh. Wait, what? I never did this yet? Okay. Oh, it's because of that DC earlier. I still have my amulet though, right? Whew. Okay. No, we want to talk to Doriani.
Yes.
One must always be willing to change.
And then we got this one. Boom. That is 8% movement speed I just got. Nope. Yeah, 8% movement speed I just got there. And 1% increased evasion. And that's a big percent right there. 54 to 55 is no joke. Back into the map. Watch how fast I am with this Roa. Oh. Oh. Fub gun, thank you. Fub gun, thank you for turning me into a Giga Chad. This is amazing. Fire damage. I don't do any fire damage. Look at this.
I'm not ready.
Logbook, yes. What are those selling for? All right. Well, hey, it's something. Six exalts is something. I mean, you gotta take 6 exalts when you get it and fucking bank it, you know? I do. Then I'm only in tier 9 maps. It's got very lucky this league. I dropped 3 Raw Divines before I was in Act 4. Okay, 2 of which were in the campaign. I've never dropped a Divine in the campaign before. This league I dropped 2. And then I dropped one early in maps, like tier 3 or 4. How does that happen? Oh, I need to pop out my chat here. How does one do that? I would actually like to change the title here. How does one do that? I need to get my 3rd ascendancy. Ascendancy. Tonight.
Correct.
Right?
But that's it. It was quarantined off in the annex. That's it.
Yeah, certain people got to see that.
Election because it was probably the worst year where we've ever had foreign intrusion, and Obama wants the ICA or wants the intelligence community to put out some kind of statement just like detailing like what had happened, and then all of the intelligence community, cabinet heads, and everybody else meets, and they they are tasked to put together this next.
Okay, so I think you're functioning wrong according to DNI.
I'm a little bit louder than them.
I can
That's
send you
okay.
this on page 7. It says, quote, After the meeting, according to the Office of Director of National Intelligence, Clapper's executive assistant emailed intelligence community leaders, tasking them to create a new intelligence community assessment per the president's request that detailed the tools Moscow used and the actions it took to influence the 2016 election. Quote, ODNI will lead this effort with participation of CIA, FBI, NSA, and DHS. That was December 9th.
Correct.
So
but what you're saying,
incorrect.
no. When do you think, when they say put together a new thing, what do you think new thing? Do you think that they just saw one and they want a new one put together right now? They're just saying we want to put together one. We want to put together one. Not that like they showed him one and he didn't like it and now they want to do a new one.
That's not true. The December 8th briefing that was given to him was delayed to be released to public, and Obama called a meeting the next day and said, I want you all to put together a new thing. Now, it strongly suggests what happened
if you
was,
read, you mentioned a 112-page thing, 170-page thing linked by Tulsi Gabbard. There is no December 8th ICA. That's not true. I've never seen that. Or can you show me that?
That's not. Yes, I'll see if I can find the link to that. So, let's see. The December 8th report. Let's see if I Control F it here. Maybe if I type December.
The only two ICA are the September 12th, 2016 ICA, and then there is the January 6th ICA from 2017.
Let's see.
For chat, we will try to take questions towards the end if we have time. So if you guys put them in super chats or through the tips link and pinned at the top of chat, we'll try to get to those towards the end of the stream as long as we have time.
You know what this game needs?
I believe that the reason why Obama wanted to test that as well, because I think during that meeting or the day before, because on December 7th, after the election, the talking points that had been prepared for Clapper were saying that the U.S. because now the U.S. Intelligence Committee had high confidence in its attribution of the intrusions into the Democratic National Committee, the DNC, and the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee, DCCC networks, based on the forensic evidence identified by a private cyber firm and the IC's review and understanding of cyber activities by the Russian government. I don't believe in the September ICA. I don't think they had high confidence that Guccifer 2.0 was the GRU. They didn't know that, they didn't have high confidence that that was Russian yet. But by the time December had rolled around, they did have high confidence. That was presented to Obama. Once Obama heard that, he was like, okay, well, you guys should put together a new ICA, but you're presenting this, and I know that some headlines have presented this as though he was given some information on the 8th, and he was like, no, I want something different on the 9th. But that new ICA was not in response to getting one he didn't like. It was just he wanted a new ICA put together, now with the updated intelligence.
No, so he did receive a report December 8th. Give me 1 second. I'll bring it up here. So this is approved for release by the DNI on July 17th, 2025. Let's see.
Wait,
this
what?
Was sent
July 17th, 2025?
This was
this
approved.
energy shield might cuck me, but I'm going to try
so it was
it.
classified until that point on
I think
July
I do enough
2025.
damage that it should
This
be
is
fine.
pulled from the December PPD draft for the president, December 8th, 2016. Cyber manipulation of U.S. election infrastructure to remain a challenge. In this, it says, quote, on page 1, let me see, bring it up. We have low to moderate confidence in Russian government's involvement because of our uncertainty about its utility for a state actor, a lack of observed effects from low-profile operation, and the actor's use of lack of obfuscation techniques, which included substantial overlap with criminal actors using similar targeting patterns and tactics. The activities did coincide with high-profile Russia cyber-enabled data leaks during the election, which we assess probably were intended to cause psychological effects such as undermining the credibility of the election process and candidates. In other words, the conclusion, again, you're factually incorrect. This was sent to Obama on December 8th. And in this, they assessed that the motivation was, and I quote, the undermining the credibility of the election process and candidates.
So what you're reading is not, so number one, what you're reading is not an ICA, number one. That's just a briefing. That's a, sure, but we were talking about ICA. So now you've gone down to the President's Daily Briefing. So one, that's not an ICA. Two, you're just reading the second bullet point from a bunch of random things that are brought up, or not random, but a bunch of things that are brought up. You read the low to moderate confidence in the Russian government's involvement because of our uncertainty about its security state actor. Above that, they bring up the idea that there is a possible Russian government-affiliated cyber actors extracting voter data from Illinois Board of Elections. I think there's several other points in here about this. this. But none of this has to do, the goal of this was not assessing whether or not Russia wanted to attack or what the motivations of Putin were. The title of this briefing was Cyber Manipulation of U.S. Election Infrastructure to Remain a Challenge. That's what this briefing was about. And then after Obama got this briefing, he wanted a more comprehensive intelligence community assessment done rather than just a President Daily briefing. He wanted all of the intelligence communities to come together and do their research and put together what they thought was the strongest version of what actually happened.
So again, up until this point, there was no confirmation that Russia or any claim whatsoever made by an intelligence community that said that Russia interfered to help Trump as part of their motivation. Second,
they hadn't been tasked with exploring that yet.
Please, come on, please. I let you talk. Secondly, I didn't
Wait, do you
say
acknowledge
this was
that just on the first point? They weren't tasked with exploring that yet, right? That's what
No,
Obama
of
tasked
course
them
they
to
were.
explore, right? He didn't tell them, I need you to
So
make
you're
this
a-
up. He just said, can you put together what we have on this?
So your argument is the intelligence community that was putting ICAs together in September was never trying to look into the motivation. They were never tasked with that.
No,
Our
I'm sure they were
intelligence
looking for it, but they
community-
didn't have it at that point.
Right. Okay, so then you're factually, again, incorrect when you say they weren't tasked with that prior. Of course they were tasked with trying to find the motivations of the actors they think are interfering in our country.
No, I'm saying
So
tasked
that's
during the
nonsensical.
president's daily briefing. That's not what they were tasked with.
Right. Well, it doesn't matter if the president directly tells them. They understand implicitly that's their job. Now, I never said this was an ICA. I said it was sort of an intelligence briefing that was given that the president got. He gets this on the 8th. He says that it shouldn't be released publicly, and instead, he calls this meeting and immediately says, hey, we want an assessment, this overarching assessment, and doesn't release this. Again, it doesn't matter if the primary intent of this was to look at whether or not, and it's basically saying the intent, what they find out is Russia didn't affect the election results through cyber effects in hacking election infrastructure.
Which
but
we'd
it
already
does
know,
speak
yeah.
to the motivation. Right. But it does speak to the motivation. It says that the motivation that this intelligence assessment's concluding, or this intelligence briefing's concluding, is that they were trying to cause psychological effects such as undermining the credibility of the election process.
No, that's
So
not
then
true.
the next
There's
day,
nothing in here that says that. You're incorrect. That's not what they're
Okay.
assessing in this.
And I'm quoting, the activities did coincide with high-profile Russian cyber-enabled data leaks during the election, which we assess probably are intended to cause psychological effects, such as undermining the credibility of the election process in Canada.
Correct.
Not
so
to
if you
help
actually,
Donald Trump win.
yeah, I understand. So if you actually read any of the earlier ICAs, I read both of them. The reason why they have that included in there is because the article, the PVD that you're reading, or the President's Daily Briefing that you're reading, is about cyber manipulation and whether or not they were trying to literally flip the vote tallies to pick one winner or another. One of the things that the prior ICA had been tasked with is figuring out, do we think that Russia has the capability to do this? And they said, no, we don't. But we do think that what they can do is they can engage in, even if they're successful in a small scale at changing one county or something, that in and of itself would be enough to undermine public confidence. That's the psychological warfare that they're talking about. They're not talking about the motivations here. They're just talking about what the goal might be for any type of individual election-related system hack. If you want, I can source that directly from one of the earlier ICAs. If you give me 2 seconds, I can find that for you if you want. But it
You
has
can
nothing.
find it. I don't disagree with. I've read. I don't disagree. What I'm saying is the motivations through Russia election
think Breach is
hacking
pretty good
activities
for
from
this
2012, 2008. If you read any of the ICAs back then, they're always talking about how the
Was
entire
there
goal
anyway.
of Russia.
We're not
is
talking
just
about
to meddle
2012 to
with our
28. They
system.
also say that 2016
Would
was
you-
the most extreme and the most outlandish that Russia has ever attacked our system. So 2012 to 20
So
is not
nonetheless,
relevant.
without you interfering all the time, so what I'm saying is they never came to the conclusion that the motivation was to help one candidate over the other.
But they did.
Never said that.
In January
Obama gets-
6th they
that's
did.
not true. Is this just going to be that you have to?
Well,
slur down
I
and
just need you to
interrupt
not
all the
lie.
time? Let me
And
get
we
my
can ask
thoughts
for a
out.
judge ruling on this if you want. But when they say psychological tactics, that's not talking about whether or not they wanted to broadly attack our system or favor one candidate or another. It's talking about the nature of the election attack that they were engaged in. And the nature of that attack wasn't to try to flip all the votes. It was to try to undermine the faith in the particular voting system. That would be the type of election attack that they would launch. This doesn't say whether or not they prefer one candidate or another candidate.
Okay, I disagree with you. Let's read what it says specifically right before it says that, okay? It says, I'm going to pause. This is a time for you to interrupt, like on cue. You ready? And I'll pause when I want your answer. You ready? The activities did coincide with high-profile Russian cyber-enabled data leaks during the election. Pause. What do you think they mean by that?
Wait, I'm sorry, read that again for me.
The activities did coincide with high-profile Russian cyber-enabled data leaks during the election. What do you think they're referencing there?
The DCCC, DNC leaks?
Okay, and it says, and then comma, which we assess probably were intended to cause psychological effects, such as undermining the credibility of the election process and candidates. In other words, it's saying that both of these things, the leaking of the WikiLeaks shit and stuff like that, and this, weren't done to affect one candidate or the other. It was to undermine the process and both candidates. Would you like to admit that you're wrong about
No,
this?
you're not understanding it. I can read you from a prior PBD, or we can go through as many of these as you want. So, in the one on, for the one for September 14th, because the subject matter here is not whether they prefer one or another, it's what is the goal of the hacks, right? So on the one for September 14th, cyber threats to U.S. elections unlikely to alter voting outcomes. We assess that foreign adversaries do not have the capability to covertly overturn the vote outcome of the coming U.S. presidential election by executing cyber attacks on election infrastructure. These adversaries, most notably Russia, can conduct cyber operations against election infrastructure to undermine the credibility of the process and weaken the perceived legitimacy of the winning candidate. Okay, so what they're tasked with finding here is, if they were to attack our voting systems, what would the goal of the attack be? Would it be to change the winner from one to another, or would it just be to undermine the process? And when they're looking at their types of attacks that they can do against the voting infrastructure, they're saying that they can do small attacks, but it's not going to be ones to like hack or rig the whole election. It would be to undermine the process itself. But they're not tasked with figuring out why is he trying to favor Trump? Is he trying to favor Hillary? Or is he trying to just favor chaos in general? This is just tasked with what is the capability of their attacks on the election infrastructure.
That's not true. So it's, although you might be reading something from September that says that, you're ignoring the context and the specific wording that's being used in this December 8th briefing. Now, I'll remind you that it is talking specifically about the leaks. And yes, they are tasked with finding the motivations. It's not just saying, well, when it comes to hacking voter rolls, it's just to mess with the system. The mess with the system part is the motivation. Okay. And the motivation it says here, let me finish, the motivation that it says here when it comes to getting into voting rolls and shit like that, and I'm quoting, high-profile Russia cyber-enabled data leaks were to, quote, intended to cause psychological effects such as undermining the credibility of the election process and candidates. Nowhere did it ever say that it was to prefer Donald Trump.
Okay.
Will you concede that?
I will concede this entire point to you if every single intelligence agency was tasked with this. If you can give me one example from a credible person saying that Obama changed their conclusion that Putin favored one candidate over the other. Has any evidence whatsoever been released of that? Because what you're saying is that the entire intelligence community saw one thing, and this singular meeting with every cabinet level official related to the intelligence community on December 8th, December 9th, that Obama changed their direction there. Is there a single shred of evidence relating to that?
First off, will you concede that in order for some sort of conspiracy or something like that to occur, you wouldn't need someone admitting it to be
I
able
just
to
need
say
it.
that
What?
it
Give me a
occurred?
single shred of evidence. What's the strong? Give me the one. Give me the strongest piece of evidence you have. The one. Don't say a bunch of random things and then say, "Oh, here's the wrong." Give me the strongest piece of evidence you have for that.
Okay. There were only 3 things that the ICA used to say that Russia preferred Trump, and all 3 of them were so low confidence that they'd been known about prior and weren't included in prior ICAs. And all of a sudden, and now they are included.
I'm sure
How is that evidence of Obama telling Brennan to do anything? Do we have any evidence whatsoever of that?
It's clear. What it shows is it's clear that prior to December 9th, that the ICA or that the intelligence community was like, yeah, we're not ruling the motivation was this. Obama calls this meeting. Within that day, there were leaks to the Washington Post that said that the intelligence community assessment would say that Russia wanted Trump to win. And in addition to that, we then see all this shady shit being included.
Is that what those leaks said? Is that what the leaks to the...
Yes.
According to who?
What leaks? The Washington Post leak?
Yeah. What was that Washington Post article?
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure. So December 9th, Obama reorders this, as we already read, which you said didn't occur. We proved that that was the case.
No, we said no. You said reorders it. I'm sorry. We'll relitigate as much as you want. Your claim is that there was an ICA that was given. Now you've backtracked to saying, oh well, there was a President Daily briefing that was given, and now he ordered a new thing. I agree with that. That was my original thing. So if you've come to my position, that's fine. No. There was no new ICA issue. There are only 2 that we're talking about. So we agree that there's 2. That's fine. Okay. So now read me this Washington Post article.
That's bullshit. You relitigating. I never said it was an ICA. I specifically
That's
said
what we were arguing over initially. Oh, so you were saying that the claim was that Obama ordered an ICA after getting a presidential daily briefing? What's the big deal about that then? There's nothing noteworthy. Okay, well then fine. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing noteworthy about that though.
Okay,
so it's not worth
even
mentioning.
Yeah. Was that the evidence that was going to be released public, whether or not it was an ICA or just an intelligence briefing that was going to be released public, that showed that the motivations weren't for Russia to help Trump, was something that was then stymied. Then the next day, Trump said, Obama said, I want a new ICA, and within that day, leaks to the Washington Post started. Yes. Washington Post story. Quote, this is from December 9th, the same day. By the way, you originally said that Obama didn't order this on December 9th. That was
I didn't. I never said that. I said that he didn't scrub a prior ICA in favor of this one, but go ahead.
So it says, quote, Washington Post, the CIA has concluded in a secret assessment that Russia intervened in the 2016 election to help Donald Trump win the presidency rather than just to undermine confidence in the U.S. electoral system, according to officials briefed on the matter. Literally the day that Obama orders a new ICA, you've already conceded that prior to this, there was no assessment from the CIA, FBI,
they hadn't ordered an assessment. There was no,
okay,
that ICA hadn't been ordered. A president's daily briefing is not the intelligence community's assessment of an entire thing. The last assessment had been done in September.
So you acknowledge there was a prior ICA?
In September, yes.
Okay, so would you also acknowledge that that ICA did not say that Russia interfered to help Trump?
Correct.
So then my statement is correct that says prior to December 9th, there was no ICA, there was no intelligence community assessment that said, whether it be from the CIA, FBI, or anywhere else, that said that Russia was interfering to help Trump. You concede that's true?
I'm not conceding. Yeah, I agree. That's the factual record. Correct.
Okay.
But you're acting like so like President's daily briefings are not like published. You keep saying that like Obama stymied something. These aren't published to the public or anything.
It has. Okay. Nonetheless, here's what the Washington Post argument says, right? It says the CIA has concluded, this is December 9th, the same day, immediately following Obama saying, I want a new ICA. Now we're getting leaks to the Washington Post that says the CIA has concluded in a secret assessment that Russia intervened in the 2016 election to help Donald Trump win the presidency rather than to just undermine confidence in the U.S. electoral system, according to officials briefed on the matter. We would then see stories within days from the New York Times, other news outlets that would pick up this story almost immediately. So what happened was the narrative prior to December 8th was Russia's just meddling in the system, even with these data leaks.
Wait,
it's just
on that Washington Post story, why did they say that? What was the sentence right after? Not just to undermine the U.S. political process more generally. The Post report cites officials who say they have identified individuals connected to the Russian government who gave WikiLeaks emails hacked from the Democratic National Committee and top Hillary Clinton aide John Podesta. One official described the conclusion that this was intended to help Trump as the consensus view. That was a change. In September, they didn't have a high confidence that that hack was Russian. At this point, they had that confidence.
That's first off, no, that's not true. You don't have any evidence that they did more research. If that was the case, then why was President getting presidential daily briefing meetings the day before that said that the conclusion wasn't that they were trying to help Trump?
That's not, they weren't tasked with that. They were tasked with what kind of attacks were being done on the election infrastructure. They were being tasked with exploring what Russia's motivations were.
And yet you've already conceded that they spoke to the motivation when they said that the motivation was to undermine confidence in both candidates.
It wasn't about picking one candidate or another. It was the motivation to change the outcome of the election or to just cause mayhem in general. It wasn't do they prefer one candidate or another. It was what was the goal of like what kinds of attacks were they doing? That's what it was tasked with finding.
Well, we do keep looping on this, and we do have to have like a statement. Like, Rob, do you think that they actually were trying to... do you think that they actually had evidence one way or the other and that they had cleared this, that they knew that they were not trying to help one candidate over the other at the September report?
I think it has nothing to do with clearing. I think that they came to the conclusion that there was no evidence that they could show that suggested that with any confidence whatsoever that Russia was trying to interfere to help Trump. In fact, to the contrary, as the December 8th daily briefing shows, it was just like they always do to meddle in the system.
So you have no evidence of this, right? I just want to be clear. There is no evidence of what you're inserting. You have no evidence of what you're inserting.
It's not true. Okay. That's not true. I have evidence. The first piece of evidence that I'm suggesting here is literally that day we see leaks from the intel community saying there's already an intelligence consensus that Russia did this to interfere to help Trump.
Why couldn't it be that at that point they'd figured out with a high degree of confidence that the Podesta and the DNC email hacks were done by Russia, that they knew that with a high degree of confidence? That would significantly change the assessment, wouldn't it?
Well, so, yeah, real quick, Destiny, was there new evidence? Was there more information from September to December?
Yes, of course, yes. They had been doing more. There was a private company that came in, I think, did stuff with the DNC, I think, and either the FBI and the CIA had been doing its own whatever their fucking intelligence gathering bullshit is. But by that point, the confidence level changed. I believe in that first assessment, I think they say low to medium or something, that they don't have high confidence. But by January, they have high confidence that those hacks were done by Russia. And we know now that they were done by Russia.
Do you think that the evidence that they gathered between September and December, do you think that this was enough evidence for them to actually change their minds, or that it could have?
No, it can't be, because we could see exactly what they included in the ICA to suggest that they now were saying that Russia was doing this to help Trump. Now, I want to be clear. Destiny's full of shit. What he's arguing here is that Barack Obama says, okay, everyone, I want you to come together with all these agencies and come up with motivation and everything. And before they even get started, before they start, we're already seeing leaks that night that says there's a consensus. We know that Russia did this to help Trump. And Destiny's like, yep, they had it figured out by then. It took them like 2 hours from when they were tasked with doing this by saying, yep, there's a consensus. Despite the fact that we see people in the Durham Annex from like actual people in the CIA. There were 5 people at the CIA working on this. 2 of them were constantly pushing back against Brennan like, look, dude, we don't see it. We don't see this evidence. And yet, Destiny's like, no, it was all figured out within 2 hours. The consensus was
okay,
done.
So what was
it's laughable.
So while that's mentioned in the first report, what do you believe the intent or the goal of the first report was? Because Destiny's saying that was not what they were tasked with for the first report. So what do you think that the first report?
Well, no, wait.
Like,
to be clear, the first wait. Let me be clear. The first report was tasked, I think, with asking all sorts of questions about this. An ICA is an intelligence community assessment altogether on the whole thing, right? But the president daily briefings were what they were concerned about was literally like election security. Like, are all of our voting machines going to get hacked?
You're saying this would be more specific?
Yeah, the president daily briefings just had to do with like, is Russia trying to attack our systems? Like, what's going on there? But it's not like a whole intelligence community assessment on like what are the motivations of Putin? What's he trying to do in terms of does he prefer one leader or another? That's a broader assessment that requires a deeper level of intelligence analysis.
The difference is an ICA is sort of an official document that's put together. The presidential daily briefing could be on anything. It's not necessarily from the intelligence community. This PBD was the evidence that the intelligence community had at the time to speak to what Russia did, what they were capable of, and what their motivations were. And that assessment in December
the president
8th
daily
said,
briefing included every single thing the intelligence community knew about Russia's motivations for the election intrusion stuff? That 2-page document? The 2-page PDP was all the intelligence. Then what was that statement?
Well, what I'm saying is that the presidential daily briefings could be a bunch of things, right? It doesn't have to be intelligence, right? It could be a PBD on here's what the CPI
whatever he wants to. Yeah.
Right? Sure, that's a president. So it's not the same as an official ICA. However, this particular PBD was seeking to inform about what Russia did in the election. It was giving a brief summary. An ICA is going to be more intensive. This is just sort of like what you would expect to see in a summary of an ICA. And what this summary said was, look, they tried to hack like election infrastructure. We don't think they were successful. There's no evidence that they were able to change any votes or anything like that. And just like when they leaked all this stuff like with WikiLeaks and shit like that, we think that their motivation was that they're just trying to mess with the system and disparage both candidates. That's what it said.
Wait,
and
it didn't say disparage. It didn't never said disparage both candidates. You're adding that word, but okay.
The specific word was
undermine, right?
Let me see the specific. This is hilarious.
It says, which we assess probably were intended to cause psychological effects, such as undermining the credibility of the election process and candidates.
Oh, so okay, it didn't say disparage. It said undermine credibility of. I mean, it's a fucking joke, Destiny. Come on. You do this shit all the time, the semantic game. So, okay, my bad. It didn't say disparage the candidate. It said undermine the credibilities of the candidates. Like, so, and Destiny, he knows he's fucking wrong about this. He knows that he's just like, well, just because they said what the motivation was, Obama didn't specifically ask them and tax them with saying what the motivation was, so we shouldn't count that. Now, again, on December 9th, what we see is immediately when Obama's like, no, that's
just
not
to be
well here.
Just before we move on from this, because like I guess so for Tom, I don't know if you have to make a ruling or what, because obviously we disagree massively here. So my statement is that this presidential daily briefing, this was not an in-depth exploration of what Putin was doing or what his motivations were for disrupting the election. This was basically an assessment of what types of attacks can we expect, or what types of attacks do we think occurred in this election, right? And the sourcing on this is literally just the first paragraph of this daily briefing is, we assess that Russian and criminal actors did not impact recent U.S. election results by conducting malicious cyber activities against election infrastructure. They talk about the compromise of an Illinois voter registration database and an unsuccessful attempt in other states. Okay, and then they say election monitoring and the type of systems targeted, infrastructure not used to cast or count votes, make it highly unlikely that it would have resulted in altering any state's official vote result. Criminal activity also failed to reach the scale and sophistication necessary to change election outcomes. New election technology in the future that decreases diversity in systems and expands computer-enabled functions provides additional avenues to manipulate votes, but it will remain a significant challenge to sway elections through cyber means. This daily briefing was asking, were they able to change the outcome of the election? And one of these, the one that Rob is reading off, that he's saying, oh, this is about the motivations. It was them saying, we have low to moderate confidence in the Russian government's involvement because of our uncertainty about its utility for a state actor, a lack of observed effects from the low-profile operation, and the actors' use of obfuscation techniques, which included substantial overlap with criminal actors using similar targeting patterns and tactics. The activities did coincide with high-profile Russian cyber-enabled data leaks during the election, which we assess probably were intended to cause psychological effects, such as undermining the credibility of the election process and candidates. So that statement there is saying that they weren't trying to change the outcome of the election for one candidate or another. They were just trying to, the hacks targeting things were more related to psychological effects, such as, they're not saying they tried to do both. They were saying, such as, here's examples of psychological effects. One psychological effect would be undermining the credibility. Another psychological effect might be undermining the candidates. Now, in a later assessment, we find out they were trying to undermine one candidate. But this assessment is not about Putin's motivations. And you can see that throughout this entire President Daily Briefing. No other part of this is going to address Putin's motivations. And the idea that they would include such an important tidbit of information in one sentence, in one bullet point about a PDB that's not really related to that at all is actually kind of funny. I guess unless you haven't read the context of any of the ICAs that have come out since this.
Okay, so interesting strategy here. Destiny's hoping if he reads a bunch of words really fast, he'll be able to employ some smoke and mirrors so that you don't read the actual language that this says. This is a 3-page summary of what the intelligence community has found. They were talking about the things that they were able to do, such as hacking the DNC and those sort of cyber hacks that they had, hacking sort of voter registration rolls, attempts to do that. And they said that the motivation with this, just like the motivation with the DNC leaks and all of that stuff, was to undermine the candidates' credibility and to sow psychological warfare and distrust in our system. That's what they said. Destiny could read as fast as he wants a bunch of other shit saying, no, actually, you shouldn't trust that because what they're talking about specifically is the fact that they're trying to undermine the election system through election infrastructure and things like that. So yeah, even though it says that they're undermining the credibility here, it doesn't really matter. None of that fucking matters. Destiny's trying to employ smoke and mirrors. I will read it again to you slowly because I don't have to rush through it like some fucking asshole so that you don't understand the language. It says, and I quote, the activities did coincide with high-profile Russian cyber-enabled data leaks during the election, which we assess probably were intended to cause psychological effects such as undermining the credibility of the election process and the candidates. When all else fails, just read a bunch of irrelevant shit really fast and say that this line doesn't matter. He'll have you believe that this was just an accident. They accidentally included this. It clearly wasn't what they intended to say. Or he'll say, oh, it didn't say that they disparaged the candidates. That's wrong, Rob. It said it undermined the credibility of the candidates. It's a fucking joke. The point is, this was what Obama was looking at. The next day, he calls a meeting and says, I need a new ICA. And within that evening, there are leaks to the Washington Post, which would then go out to the New York Times and other places saying, it's it. We've reached a consensus. The intelligence community's reached a consensus hours after Obama tasked us with this. Yep, it turns out, unlike everything we've said previously, the motivation was to help Trump to help Trump from Russia. Now, we can get into the 3 pieces of evidence that we've been stalling for the past hour if you want that shows how weak and flimsy this argument was. Would you like to move there, Destiny?
Yeah, we've got both of our interpretations out.
Is it possible that it is both? Because I it sounds like when I listen to both of you read these, it sounds like to me that at one point it's talking about the fact that they do want like both sides to be fighting with each other so that it causes like a bunch of internal strife within our partisan sides. But then the other thing could be that is also like step 1 or part of the plan to eventually help somebody win.
Oh my God, this guy's a fucking genius, Tom. Correct.
But hold on. But Rob, you're saying that because they came to the conclusion like very quickly that means, like, you would say that looks like they didn't actually do a whole lot of investigating into this, right?
Tom, what I'm saying is I think your bias is clouding your judgment here. What I'm saying is quite simply, they spoke on the motivations of Russia. They said that the motivation was to cause distrust. They didn't say, and maybe we'll later find out it was to help Donald Trump. They didn't say it. Is it hypothetically true that they wanted to sow distrust and help Donald Trump? Sure, but they never said it. It's also hypothetically true that they wanted to sow distrust and they were trying to get on The Apprentice, and that's the reason they were doing this. Just because 2 things aren't mutually exclusive doesn't mean that we should assume that that's something that could have happened. There is zero evidence. Zero evidence. In fact, to the contrary, they're speaking, the intelligence community is saying, we've assessed the motivation. The motivation is to have distrust in our system and to undermine the credibility of both candidates. Obama orders an intelligence community assessment to be redrawn. The day after that, Within that night, they're saying, we've reached a consensus. Russia interfered to help Russia. And when you look at the ICA, there's only 4 pieces of evidence that they use. One is the Steele dossier, which even if I want, I can concede Destiny's argument that no one saw it. It's laughable that they included it just because funsies like
but they didn't include it. Do you want me to? I give you the quotes from them fighting over whether
it was in the annex.
Correct.
Right.
But that's it. It was quarantined off in the annex. That's it.
Yeah, certain people got to see that.
It was, but none of that. Nothing was used. Nothing was built on the ICA from the Steele dossier. Do you acknowledge that?
Brennan specifically had said, right, one of the things he had said was when he was approached by his own intelligence officials, we don't like this, we don't think it should be included. He says, yes, but does it ring true? That's what he said.
Wait, what are you reading? Wait. What are you quoting from, Rob?
Let me see.
Yeah, go ahead and link us in the chat, and we'll read the whole thing. Tom, another thing to chew on for that. So remember what I said, that the title of that PDP of the President's Daily Briefing was Cyber Manipulation of U.S. Election Infrastructure to Remain a Challenge. So the sentence that Rob is reading, the activities, that's the cyber manipulation, did coincide with high-profile Russian cyber-enabled data leaks during the election. And then the next part of the sentence is, which we assess probably were intended to cause psychological effects, such as undermining the credibility of the election process and candidates, right? So the activities that they're talking about here, my guess is these are like the particular vote manipulation things. If you're looking for a broader ICA assessment on do they favor one candidate or another, this PDB is not talking about what were the motivations behind the high-profile Russian cyber-enabled data leaks. They're just talking about like the targeting of electoral systems. It's not just, that's not like a summary of like all the...
asking for...
Mm-hmm. Sorry,
at the time that Obama's asking for another analysis, do you?
No, wait, hold on. Don't. You're buying into So you're buying into Rob's. He's not asking for another analysis. He's asking for a formal ICA assessment. Presidential daily briefings are not like, oh God, I don't like this. I need something new. This is just he wants to build off of that. Now it's essential to Rob's framing that he's saying he rejects that. These aren't published. These aren't public, and none of this is rejected. There's nothing in the PDB that's contradicted by the later ICA. Like that's not true at all, right? The ICA is just a more formal. Like a PDB is Rob is kind of right. It's like intelligence officials basically say, like, what are we briefing the president on today? Here you go. And an intelligence community assessment. Now that's where the intelligence community, the individuals are like, this is why you have emails back and forth from people. I think for the first one, like the FBI was like, hey, we don't sign off on this. Like we're not going to be put on this. Like we don't like the way that this is phrased. We don't have this assessment here. People, the intelligence community will fight over whether or not they're included in an ICA and what degree of confidence is there. I don't even know. The ICA stuff is a way more formal assessment. So asking for an ICA doesn't mean that you're rejecting your PDBs. It's just like, oh, this sounds really interesting. Can we put together something formal on this?
So you think they already have all this information at the time?
Yes. There's no reason to think they don't. Correct. Yeah, there's no reason, and that's why Rob has no evidence. Yeah.
Yep. You guys just have a discussion about it. Cool. I mean, I would do that too if I was getting blown the fuck out. But he conveniently, Tom, just to clarify what he's doing here. No, it's not just speaking on, they're just looking at whether or not they manipulated votes and the voter registration rolls on. They're just seeking to speak on that. And the PPD is not this important thing. No, the PPD is updating the president on what the intel community is working on. The intel community at that point is working on Russia interfering in our election. So at this point, what they're specifically talking about in this PPD is we're looking at claims that they tried to hack election infrastructure, and they're saying, yeah, we don't think they were successful. Just like when they released the WikiLeaks shit, we came to the conclusion that the reason for this was just to meddle in the system, to cause psychological damage, and to undermine the credibility of the candidates. Both of them. So Destiny's saying
you can't source that. Rob, just to be clear, Rob can't source that from anywhere. I can source everything I just told you. I can find a prior ICA. I think I already read it. When they are targeting the election,
would you like me to do it again?
You want me to read it again? That they released the DCCC and the DNC hacks to undermine both candidates? How does that even make sense? It was just attacking the Democrats. That doesn't make sense, Rob.
Let me read it again. Ready? You want to know what they said about it? I asked you.
Hold on. You think that you? don't have to read the quote. We've seen it. But I'm curious. You think that the intelligence community said, "Wow, they leaked stuff from the DNC and from the DCCC that is all about Hillary Clinton and the Democrats." They did that though just to attack the whole system. You think the intelligence community assessment said that?
As soon as I can.
Yes.
And then why did they change? Yeah, I know you're going to read the same thing. Wait, but then why did they change their entire? Why did they? So then Rob's story, my story is they changed their assessment by the time the January IC.
Let you interrupt me Like,
Okay.
I'm not gonna do it.
Sorry, go ahead. No, he wants to let him read his quote. Let him read his quote. Let him read his same quote. He wants to reread the exact same quote again. He lives in quotes. This guy lives and dies in single sentences.
I think I've been very generous, like of leaving you speak when you want, and you constantly interrupt me. So if Tom's not going to do anything about it, and you keep insisting, then I'll interrupt you. I don't give a fuck.
I just told him to stop so that you could talk. Why do you keep doing this? He's accusing me of making your arguments. You're accusing me of making his arguments. Go ahead, Rob.
The reason I believe that's what the intelligence community was saying was because that's their words. Again, the activities that coincide with high-profile Russian-enabled data leaks during the election. I said, Destiny, what do you think they're talking about there? You said, yeah, the DCC leaks, the things that went to WikiLeaks. Right. So they're saying these activities go with the WikiLeaks and the hacks of the Podesta and DCC leaks, which we assess probably were intended to cause psychological effects such as undermining the credibility of the electoral process and the candidates.
Those things are not part of this PDB, Rob. That's not what they're discussing.
There you go. But they're talking. Yes, you're right, Destiny. This PBD was talking about something. Will you acknowledge this could happen? That the intelligence community could be looking at various things that Russia did at the same time. Will you acknowledge it?
That's not what this was about. They were only talking about elections. Rob, they were not talking about the DCCC hacks. They weren't talking about the email leaks here. Rob, if you go down to 47, you can read. Why are they writing this article now? Why are they writing? This piece will build upon our previous 14th of September PDB by providing assessments on observed cyber activity against U.S. elections up until November 8th. While there were notably more high-profile cyber operations surrounding this election cycle, this piece discusses election infrastructure specifically and what we observed. This was not tasked with finding out the motivations of Vladimir Putin in his intrusion in the election. It was just, why were they going after election systems? To cause psychological warfare, not to change the outcome of the election. That's it. That's all this was tasked with. That's it.
Okay, since you're incapable of answering a yes-no question, I'll answer as if a good faith person was. Destiny, do you think it's possible that the intelligence community could be looking at multiple things that Russia interfered? Yes, Rob.
Yeah, they were, of course.
I do think that's possible. Oh, thank you for finally answering this. Okay, so previously they could have been releasing assessments that said there were the WikiLeaks hacks, right? They could have done that, like maybe in September?
They weren't tasked with that. That's why the ICA was requested. That's what Obama asked them for. They said, hey, put together an assessment of all of us. That's what the point of the request, Rob.
I just want to be clear. Your argument is the intelligence community never sought to figure out what was going on with the hacks.
They did, when are they presenting this to the president? That was the goal of the requesting of the intelligence community assessment. Do you think they just email him every day? Do you think Comey's like, hey, Barack, what's up, dog? Just let you know, we found this fucking thing. No, dude, this is why Obama asks them. Give me an ICA. Tell me what's up with everything. That's the whole point. This is why Comey fought to include the dossier, because he's saying, I don't even know if the president's been briefed on this. I don't even know if Trump knows about this. This was his words to McCabe when he was arguing to include it in the fucking ICA. Yes.
Your spurging out has nothing to do with the facts of the matter. So I want to ask you this. In September, they put forth what you're calling an ICA, correct?
September was the first one of the two we're talking about, yes.
Did they mention WikiLeaks hacks or anything there?
I believe they did, yes, I think.
But wait a minute, they weren't tasked with that! They weren't tasked with that! How could they possibly do it? They weren't tasked! They weren't tasked! Obama never tasked them!
Rob, they were tasked with it. It was an ICA! You just said it! That's why he's asking for a second ICA! You're trying to compare that ICA to the presidential daily briefings! You dipshit! You just tried to trap me and you walked into your own fucking rake!
No, you fucking idiot. My point is, it doesn't matter if it's an ICA or not. The intel community was immediately tasked with figuring out what went on with the hacks of the DNC. That's one of the reasons that they started Crossfire Hurricane in the first place. So your argument, well, they never really sought to figure out the motivation or what was going on with those hacks, is a fucking joke. And they were constantly giving reports to President Obama. Now, regardless of all that, you've already conceded. You conceded that September ICA, which you're now saying, one, including information about WikiLeaks hacks, correct?
Yeah.
Yes, okay.
Well, I've always said that, yeah.
Second, it did not say that the motivation was to help Donald Trump, correct?
Yes, because they didn't have a high degree of confidence that those came from Russia when they made that first ICA.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
There's the point. So the September ICA didn't say that it was Russia that hacked?
They didn't have a high degree of confidence that the hacks were from Russia. They did by January.
Okay, what was the degree of confidence they used?
Was it low to middle or whatever?
Did they seek to say what the motivation for Russia could have been?
I think it was just general at the time is what they thought.
But what did it say?
I don't know, I have to scroll up and find it.
You've read it really fast several times.
I did. I don't know. I mean, like, so on page, 6 of this? So one thing they say is, if the disclosures of the DNC and DCCC documents were indeed orchestrated by the Russian intelligence services, those services would very likely have sought Putin's approval for the operation. We make this assessment because of the expected high-profile nature of the resulting controversy and the high likelihood that the disclosures would be linked to Russia because of open source reports about Russian involvement in the DNC and DCCC hacks. So, like, they didn't have a high degree of confidence at that time, although if they did get a high degree of it, then it would probably change their assessment of Putin's involvement and Russia's motivations, which it did.
It did. So my understanding, if I remember, it's been a while since I read the September ICA, was that it said that the monkeying of Russia, it didn't just say those hacks, it was talking about other Russian interference, that it was done in the same reason that it's always done, in general, to sow distrust in our system. Correct? If I remember correctly. You're clearly expressing your mind.
Yes, that was the initial assessment in September, but until they had more information.
So then,
you gather more information as time goes on, Rob.
Notice what happens is now you're moving the goalposts. So the goalposts
Rob,
originally...
hold on, no, I'm sorry. Now I'm going to restate my entire thing from start to finish. You keep saying I moved the goalposts. I moved any goalposts. In the IC, in September, they are tasked with, here's what the intelligence community thinks about things, okay? Now the DNC and the DCCC hacks happened. They didn't have a high degree of confidence that these were done by Putin. They have had prior attacks and election interference that Russia's done, as well as other actors. They're trying to determine what are the likelihood that they can hack the whole election or change crazy things like that. They think that's probably not the case. If they are going to do any hacks, it's probably just going to be a fuck with our election system. We don't know at this point if they have any clear preference for one candidate or another. Maybe they just want to throw discord into everything. But by the time January rolls around and they find out, GRU operatives were personally involved with that DC Leaks website. They were personally involved in disseminating information about the Democratic Party to attack them. And Trump was, in statements to the media and through Russia Today, showing a clear preference for one candidate over another. And over time, come January, the assessment changed.
Your repeating does nothing. So what happened is we could see then that they were tasked with looking at the motivations.
For the ICAs,
right? So
yes.
It was absurd. I had to prove that because it was absurd.
You don't have to. I said that the entire time. For the ICA 1 and 2, they were. For the PDBs, they weren't. Do you agree with that? For the PDBs, they weren't. Oh, what evidence do you have? Do any of the PDBs speak to the general motivations? Not just like this is with the electioneering hacking. Do any of them say, we think that Trump did not prefer one candidate over another?
This one.
No. Okay, so you're going to reread the same sentence about what the goal
right.
of
This one did. And gotcha. So now that we know that they were tasked with finding the motivation about the WikiLeaks hacks, and we know that they were updating, that's what a PBD is, updating, this is what we're working on. The reason I
that's
asked
not
you...
what a PDB is. PDB is about a particular thing. It's not everything they're working on. You're wrong there.
Well, it's the intelligence community is talking about this specific thing they're working on, but the PBD is about, in general, anything possible that want to update the president on. So here's what happened. They looked at the WikiLeaks things. Here's another area that they're looking at. Possible infrastructure hacks of voter registrations, etc. At this point, it's after the election, right? So now we're in December. The September ICA that was looking at the hacks, right? They came to their best conclusion of what was going on there. And they're still, would you acknowledge this? Most likely they're still researching after September. They didn't just throw up their hands and say, we're no longer looking at the DNC hacks. You acknowledge that?
Yeah, they say the FBI and the NSA have low confidence in the attribution of the data leaks to Russia. Yes.
Okay, great. So now here's what we got in totality. They're continuing to look at that. They sought to speak on the motivations in September. It was like pulling teeth to get you to admit that they were at one point tasked with that. So they're at one point tasked.
I've said that. I'm going to repeat this again because you keep lying about this. That is what the ICAs are for. You keep mixing up PDBs with ICAs. I've always said that's what the ICAs are for.
The PBD this time, what they're saying is, okay, here's what's going on, Obama. We're looking at this sort of potential hacking voter registration and shit. And ultimately, we think the conclusion, and this is, they're still working on the DNC hacks. They're still working. And they say, we think the conclusion of why they did this, and I'm quoting now, they coincide with high-profile Russian cyber-enabled data leaks during the election, which we assess probably were intended to cause psychological effects such as the undermining of the credibility of the election process and candidates. In other words, what you just admitted was the entire time they would have been working on this, they were tasked with finding the motivations. They, at the time of December 8th, the best evidence they had on the motivations was they're just fucking with both candidates, both credibility and fucking with our system. That's the conclusion that they drew on December 8th. Your argument is laughably, one day later, they reached a consensus that was totally opposite of that. That they're talking to the Washington Post saying, actually, we have a consensus that the motivations completely changed. It was to help Trump. That's fucking laughable.
Okay. You just don't understand the conversation or the context. I don't know how else to...
I think I do.
Want to go to...
Yes, I want to move on.
I want to move
on. The three pieces of evidence, right? Number one.
Also, wait, where are you pulling this from? Link what we're reading from? What are we pulling this from?
It is from the Durham Annex. So, I don't know if, oh shit. Is this, Shit. I screwed up the URL on this. But
the 29-page, the declassified Durham Annex released by Chairman Grass.
No. It's not that one. Let me see. It was the one released by Tulsi Gabbard. Let me bring it up.
Newly declassified appendix to the Durham report.
Approved for release DNI July 22nd, 2025. The Oversight Investigation and Referral. The Intelligence Community Assessment. April 18th, 2020. Let me see. I screwed up the URL, but I think it's saved on my bookmarks, so I can find it for you real quick.
Fuck. Can you DM me this, Tom? Or I don't see where it's posted at.
I don't see it either.
Where can I put this for you guys to see?
There's a chat on the side here. I can create a group real quick if you want.
Or just once he links it, just send it to me in a DM, because I can't open it. I'll fuck my shit up.
Okay, where do you want me in the chat?
I just created a group DM, so
a group.
if you just put it in there, that'll make it easier for everyone.
Okay.
Okay, you got that? Okay.
What page are we on?
Let's go to page 6.
Of the file? Like
Correct.
6 out of 46. Okay.
Well, actually, on the left there. So click page 6. It'll actually be page 4, but it's page 6. Right? Now you see the light blue.
Wait, so it says like 6 on
Where
the
it says
bottom?
No, page 4 on the bottom, page 6 on the left side.
Okay.
You see what I mean?
Yes.
All right, here's the 3 pieces of evidence. Number 1, one scant, unclear, and unverifiable
Hold on, wait.
fragment
I just
of
want to
a
be, wait. I need to be very clear for a second. Okay. I think Durham did a good job at his report. I think that's a real ass ninja. I have respect for him. To be clear, this comes from the dogshit House Intelligence Report, which was 46 pages, included no new information, and was an absolute fucking joke when it came out, and was contradictory to the 996-page report that came out of the Senate Intelligence Committee, and it contradicts findings from the Durham report. But go ahead, we can read.
No, I believe this is from the annex of the Durham report. Let's scroll up to the top and see what that says.
Right?
Well, so the URL you gave me says declassified HPSCI.
Maybe you're right. Maybe this isn't. I'm mixing up. Nonetheless, like the idea that you just.
I can tell it's not Durham because the writing is dog shit. It looks like a House Republican who's barely functional in terms of being able to breathe and talk at the same time.
Okay, so then before I do this, show me all the evidence in the ICA that they used to say that Russia favored Trump. Go ahead.
I mean, we can go back to the ICA you want. I don't know how much of that is available in the ICA versus what's classified.
35 intelligence.
This was looking at the classified information, including in the Durham annex, and this was the 3 pieces of evidence they had.
Yeah, but
now,
you're
you
asking
have access
me.
To other
you're
information.
asking me.
I'd love to see.
You're asking me to take the. Why would I take the word of a House Intelligence Committee versus the entire Intelligence Committee signing on to an ICA? Why would I ever trust just a single House committee over that, especially one that released a 46-page report on this?
Also, I don't know that. I don't know where you're getting that this is particular. Let me see. Let's scroll down to the bottom and make sure that you're correct in your assessment that this wasn't from Durham or it wasn't a compilation. Nonetheless, the House assessment also doesn't speak as to what their direct evidence was. It just says, yeah, we agree. We saw evidence. We think that Trump was connected, that Russia was trying to help Trump win. That's it. I welcome you. You're so confident in this. We're at least looking at people that were looking at this and looking at the available evidence saying, okay, we looked. Here's the available evidence. Here's what intel people were saying, right? They were saying, like, what the fuck? This is really bad. And yet this was the evidence that was included. And
Wait, I can tell you what the ICA. I can tell you what the ICA assessment is, and you want to counter that with what the House Committee's assessment was, which stands in contrast to Durham, which stands in contrast to the ICA, and it stands in contrast to the Senate Intelligence Report, which is almost 1,000 pages long. If you want to throw your lot in with these guys, then that's fine.
It does not stand in conjunction or against Durham. It doesn't.
Does Durham ever agree with any of this? Does Durham come out and say, oh yeah, I think that they were incorrect in their assessment that Putin developed a favor for one candidate over the other?
I believe I'm not quite sure that he uses those words specifically. I could look into it.
Okay,
right?
He didn't.
But nonetheless, it's like, so just to be clear, you have no evidence whatsoever. You're just completely taking at face value without seeing any evidence that this is incorrect and that actually there's evidence that we're not looking at that Russia was in fact interfering to help Trump. That's your claim.
I don't have a
You haven't
TSSCI
seen the
clearance,
evidence,
and
you
I'm not
just
on a need to know. I don't have top secret clearance, so I don't know what you want me to say. So the, I mean, like the statement in the ICA, and again, I don't have TSSCI. If anyone in my chat does, or is part of the CIA, or is a fucking cabinet member, feel free to email me. Is we also assess that Putin and the Russian government aspired to help President-elect Trump's election chances when possible by discrediting Secretary Clinton and publicly contrasting her unfavorability to him. The CIA and FBI now have a high confidence in this judgment based on sensitive information not included in this version of the assessment. The NSA has moderate confidence in this judgment based on the same sensitive information. NSA's confidence would be elevated to high with additional corroborating sources. In trying to influence the U.S. election, we assess the Kremlin sought to advance its longstanding desire to undermine the U.S.-led liberal democratic order, the promotion of which Putin and other senior Russian leaders view as a threat to Russia and Putin's regime. And then a bunch of this is censored, but...
okay, that's fair.
Yeah.
So
wait, and then one more thing.
Here's...
Putin most likely wanted his intelligence
go
services to discredit Secretary Clinton because he blamed her since 2011 for inciting mass protests against his regime in late 2011 and early 2012, and holds a grudge for comments that he almost certainly saw as disparaging him. Judging from press reporting, given this, we assess with high confidence that the GRU was directed to pass material it collected to WikiLeaks and other intermediaries. We assess that Putin, his advisors, and the Russian government developed a clear preference for President-elect Trump over Secretary Clinton. We based this assessment on its redacted and Russian state media, indicating that Russian officials saw President-elect Trump as more favorable to key Russian interests and more in line with Putin's preference for leaders he views as deal makers. Throughout the election, Russian government officials characterized Secretary Clinton and Democratic politicians as particularly unfriendly to Russian interests. There's more here. I can keep reading if you want. You asked me for the evidence, so do you want?
No, don't read as much as you want.
Sure. Beginning in June, Putin's public comments about the U.S. presidential race avoided directly praising President-elect Trump, probably because Kremlin officials thought that any praise from Putin personally would backfire in the United States. Nonetheless, Putin publicly indicated a preference for the president-elect's stated policy to work with Russia, and pro-Kremlin figures spoke highly about what they saw as his Russia-friendly positions on Syria and Ukraine. Two positions that Trump seemed to be pretty Russia-friendly on, by the way. Putin contrasted President-elect Trump's approach to Russia with Secretary Clinton's aggressive rhetoric, according to Russian press reporting. Moscow also saw the election of President-elect Trump as a way to achieve an international counterterrorism coalition against the Islamic State in Iraq and the Levant. According to diplomatic reporting, the Kremlin has historically preferred Republican over Democratic candidates, judging that Republicans had been less focused on democracy and human rights and were therefore easier to deal with. Putin has had many positive experiences working with Western political leaders whose business interests. Moscow assessed it made them more disposed to deal with Russia, such as former Italian Prime Minister Silvio Berlusconi and former German Chancellor Gerhard Schroeder. Putin, Russian officials, and other pro-Kremlin pundits stopped publicly criticizing the U.S. election process as unfair almost immediately after the election because Moscow probably assessed it would be counterproductive to building positive relations. We assessed the influence campaign aspired to help President-elect Trump's chances to victory when possible by discrediting Clinton and publicly contrasting her late in the summer. Senior Russian diplomats and intelligence officers assessed Secretary Clinton was likely to win the presidency, judging from blank and Russian press reporting. As a result, we assessed the Russian government began to focus more on undercutting Secretary Clinton's legitimacy and crippling her presidency from its start, including by impugning the fairness of the election. Moscow, therefore, held back some pre-election influence efforts for later use. Yeah, okay.
You good?
Sure. Go for it.
Okay. All right. Finding number 3. The ICA failed to acknowledge the key judgments on Putin intentions were based on raw intelligence that did not meet tradecraft standards. The ICD 203 instructs that intelligence tradecraft properly describe the quality and credibility of underlying sources to include factors.
Fuck, why did I close that?
Talking around that's what you're saying, because all this information is coming from our intelligence agency. So our intelligence agencies are,
if it's true,
trying to undermine one candidate. But this assessment is not about Putin's motivations. And you can see that throughout this entire President Daily Briefing. No other part of this is going to address Putin's motivations. And the idea that they would include such an important tidbit of information in one sentence, in one bullet point about a PDB that's not really related to that at all is actually kind of funny.
Wait, it says I have 117 intelligence.
What's new?
Speak.
One must always be willing to change. Nature's fury.
I've got more sockets. Oh, but it's cold, right? Cold is the problem. So I don't need intelligence on the belt. In fact, it's strength I need on the belt. That is amazing. Okay. I clicked out of my fucking window again. Okay. Alright. Jesus Christ. Belt. Energy shields. What was I looking at? Like, what, 150? Or is it 120? Okay, max, we're gonna go 15. Stat filters, cold res. Strength. Call it 15. Life. Call it 150. Go 32. Okay. Alright, what's fucking me here? No, you can't get energy shield on a belt. Okay. Let's sort by life, see what we get. 173 life. 1 charm slot. Alright. What if I sort by charm slots as well? How do I do that? Is that in miscellaneous? Anything with other resistance would be primo. So I think I'm gonna need a little bit of fire res. Oh wait, no. No, I don't. No, I don't. Alright, so let's go for maximum life here. Alright, I think this is gonna work.
You definitely want that one, right?
Okay. So now it's socket time. What are my skills that it's saying I need?
Time to learn something new.
7 more intelligence, okay. So we go, first of all, we're gonna go for that. Now we want to get intelligence. Which has the higher intelligence thing? This does, right? So let's put the intelligence in this. No, in this. Beautiful. Okay. Now my resistances are like that. I have a lot of energy shield.
Oh, it's you.
+5 to all. How much is that? Not too bad. That's 3 more total each. Lightning is way overcapped. Okay, so I swap out a lightning for cold.
Have an order? Fuck it. I'll fill that in as soon as I can.
Then fire. And we still need to figure something out, but at least it's something.
Have an order?
I'm afraid to corrupt and brick everything. I mean, all I need is one more rune slot. Now let's just go like this. The last thing I'm gonna buy is a Jinbaria. Not sure why I might have lost some damage. I could have sworn I was at 22 before. Oh, by the way, what is my evasion at now? 51. So it did go down. Honestly, well, this is a good start anyway. Fuck, what is the thing I need to search for in this? Oh, I see.
Hello.
I'm not.
All right. Your order is registered. Have an order? I'll fill that in as soon as I can. I guess it's worth that. Thanks for the chat.
I wish there was just a fucking harvest bench. It would make everything so much easier. I literally had to just spend like a third of a divine just to fucking fix my resistances. I need this 10 intelligence, really? I go to 97 without it. This requires 99. Wait, I can lose 1 strength, right? No way. I want to replace that with a cold res.
Speak.
One must always be
I have a
willing to
strength
change.
node somewhere, right? No. Oh. Why don't I lose these? Okay. Yes. I'm only 1% off on fire and lightning. Okay, that makes me feel so much better. I got 400 energy shield. Now also, ooh, I just realized I'm supposed to change my tree. History, club gun. So where is the big energy shield thing for the helmet? Right here. 15% more maximum lightning damage. That's pretty good. So you lose all this. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 17 for that. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Alright, I'm not quite there yet. What else am I cutting off? Because this is a lot of evasion. And what does this node give me again? +1 maximum energy shield plus per 12 evasion on my body armor. Okay, so that's really good. I'm gonna run a couple maps with this and see how it feels before I run that. Did I complete this hive map? Man, that was so fucking annoying. I hate that I'm still buying all this cheap shit.
Yes? This is all we have. Indeed. This is all we have. A good priority. Go.
Fury! Barely broken.
Remember, these guys have 30% increased elemental resistance. Honestly, it's enough of a reason to go get all that energy shield. Just to go enter into the Trial of Sekimos, because it increases your honor pool when you have higher energy shield. Who's reviving you guys? I hate how many expeditions I've been getting too. Where is it? No!
Hello there. I hope you know what you're doing.
Well, this should shake things up.
Greater Jewelers is good. That's just money if I want it to be. I mean, those are like 20 exalts, right? I want a perfect Jewelers.
Barely broke its web. Now this will come in handy. Shocking.
I shouldn't have died there. It's my own fault.
In my sights. Patience.
Yeah, I need to do breach.
Have an order? Have an order?
Red sands. A reminder of the Vestige. Storming arrow!
Too bad there's no breach on this map.
Not yet! Barely broke a sweat.
I just realized I forgot to quality my gear. Tainted ritual altar.
Patience. Can't complain. Not ready. Not yet.
Now we're frying. Oops.
Quick and lethal.
done. Storming arrow. Quick and lethal. Need more time. My skill exceeds even my own expectations.
Yes?
Time to learn something new.
Alright, got tier 11 map now. What's that going to be, like level 75? 74? Okay.
My return to the forest can't come soon enough. Storming arrow!
What level am I now? 80? So the zones are catching up to me. Okay, that's not bad how many shots that took. It was a rare though. Yeah, no, I'm fine. What am I talking? Evasion, actually, chest piece needs to be pure evasion. Not likely to find a better chest piece than my current one.
Stay light, stay alive.
What is it? Go.
Have you found more?
Go on.
Have you found more of what we...
So it is.
What's new? I'll post it right away.
Oh fuck, these are cheap as fuck.
Have an order? I'll post it right away.
Alright. I'm gonna try the trial of suck. I'm gonna try it. Okay, guys. I'm back. So we're just gonna fucking run this Jimbaria. It's time. The time has come. Let's stock up on Wizzies first. Let's run the trial of Suck My Ass. I do have to say, I'm glad that GGG massively buffed the drop rate of Omens. Omens and, Omens combined with all the normal crafting stuff and the, Abyss crafting items is a wicked fun combo. The fact that you're basically able to get 4 deterministic mods on any item as long as it's starting off with 2 good mods as a magic.
I'm not ready.
He should be held accountable for members of his cabinet and members of his administration.
Hold on, what was the prompt? What was the prompt?
Go ahead.
The thing I have written down is Obama guilty of a Russian conspiracy hoax?
You're incapable of debating the facts.
Wait, we'll go to this part. Can you concede the Clinton plan had nothing, what you just said, that proved those emails? The emails were fake, they were Russian propaganda. Nothing in the Durham report says that the Clinton plan was a real thing. None of this was validated or verified.
It didn't say that it was Russian propaganda. It said that they believed that the information contained within those emails were an amalgamation that were true.
This is fucking retarded. I can't. That's the most retarded thing. I can't trust you to read. You're either illiterate or retarded. The fact that you would think that that's not a propaganda thing, that you think you can just hack together emails and make that's insane to me. I can't trust your summary of literally any other thing. Yeah, I can't. I have no idea. I don't even know if you speak English.
Yes or no? Yes or no? The Durham-Annex that I just read to you say that they likely think that it was true, that Smith was working for the Hillary campaign and was working to smear Trump connected to Russia.
They said that was plausible. It was a plausible thing to start an investigation.
It was most likely true.
Most likely true? Sorry, which page was this again?
What was the specific? Let me see the specific. Let's see.
The office's review of certain communications involving Smith and provided possible additional... Okay, page 17. Wait, of the document or the bottom of page 17?
Bottom of page. Furthermore, given Smith's extensive contacts with the think tank community, her public role as a foreign policy advisor for the Clinton campaign, and her communications
wait, where is this? Wait, where is this? What page?
Page 17.
Wait,
bottom paragraph. Middle of the way
on the page. It actually says it on the page.
It says page 17, both on the side and on the page.
This is declassified Durham. This is the one that says the office's best assessment is that on the July 25th, that one?
Yes. Now, furthermore, you see halfway through the paragraph. Furthermore, in extensive context with the think tank community, Republic Rule is a foreign policy advisor for the Clinton campaign. In her communications with think tank colleagues regarding Trump, it is a logical deduction that Smith was at a minimum playing a role in the Clinton campaign's efforts to tie Trump to Russia.
Yes. It was logically deducible from the Russian propaganda. Not that it was true, but that they should have investigated it. That's why the next sentence says, indeed, Smith's July 27th email to her think tank, right? The email that was fake, right? July 27th email to her think tank colleagues regarding Trump, Russia, and NATO, the day after candidate Clinton allegedly approved a plan to tie Trump to Russia, certainly lends at least some credence that such a plan existed, right? This is just saying that it should have been investigated more. That's it.
That's not what it's saying. It's clearly saying that we conclude that we think that it is plausible that this is true. That's what they're concluding. Furthermore, above that, I said they talked to FBI analysts that also thought it was true on page 11. Now, I'm going to continue with what I was saying before we got to this. We were talking about specific evidence that further shows that Hillary concocted this plan. One, we all know that they were concocting this plan, that they paid Fusion GPS to come up with this plan.
No,
Second,
they didn't. No, they didn't. That's not true.
That's not true.
Show me that. Show me that in the Durham report.
Show you what?
They paid Fusion GPS. One, they didn't pay them directly. They paid them through a law firm. They paid them to come up with a Russia collusion plan?
They paid them to get dirt on Trump that went through Christopher Steele, a foreigner, to try.
They didn't know it was okay. We're getting a little bit more honest. They paid for Oppo research from a law firm. That's what they paid for.
Okay, they knew that. I'm going to read my evidence. You can keep. Okay. So, National Review, and what was perhaps the biggest bombshell?
No, wait. Read from the Durham report. Why would you read National Review? Excuse me. What? Read from the Durham report. Which part are we quoting here? Give me a sentence and we read from it.
I'm gonna read the evidence I'm looking at. Right?
You're reading an article. Why would I? Why the National Review?
Yes, I'm gonna.
Okay,
because
go ahead.
It's more evidence. And what was perhaps the biggest bombshell of the trial at this point? Luke also admitted that Hillary Clinton herself agreed to the decision to leak the Alphabet allegations to the press. Admitted it in court that it was Hillary herself that leaked the Russia-connected Alpha Bank story to the press. Okay? Now,
well, hold on, wait. I need to look and see where this is coming from, right? I don't know what the fuck the National Review. I need to see where it's sourced from. I'm familiar with like the source material, not the Republican propaganda. So I have to figure out where it's sourced from.
I'm sorry that you were unfamiliar with the trial of Robbie Mook. I'm sorry that you were unfamiliar with that. But here you go. I'll put it in the link.
Wait.
So
What was your claim about? What was your claim about Mook?
That he testified that Hillary Clinton herself gave the go-ahead to leak the Alpha Bank story to the media. It is beyond dispute that Hillary's team was intimately involved with the Russia collusion.
Fury.
The fact that you're even trying to argue this just proves. There it is, though. Now, I could continue with more evidence if you like.
No, wait. Can we just why not one thing at a time?
Sure, go for it.
Good riddance.
But it is in other articles as well, like in Political. It says testimony during the 2022 trial of Michael Sussman revealed that Hillary Clinton approved a plan for her campaign to leak the discredited Alpha Bank story to the media in 2016.
What is the? Whoops. Is this like a thing that's like proved, or what is the? Is this just an allegation made in court about a non-party, or?
It says that
It was a person that worked for Hillary's team who was under trial saying, Hillary personally said to leak this. Whoopsie daisy.
Well, Hillary's not even a party to this case, is she? Rob, you understand that right now, I could right now log into my federal court system and file a statement saying that Rob Noor is super gay and that would be under oath in a court transcript somewhere. Like, you're talking about a statement of a person who's about another person who's not even party to the case, and I'm supposed to take this as like some huge indictment on the Hillary Clinton campaign? What the fuck? I don't even know what this is from. Give me like is there like a transcript? Is there I don't even know the fuck I'm supposed to read right now.
It is in the case of Michael Sussman. It was direct quotes of what Robbie Mook testified to. You want me to read you more evidence? This one's from...
Do you have a... No, why are you jumping off the one thing? Where is the... This is about Michael
you look it up. What, you want to just sit here?
Yeah, Michael sure, yeah. If you have a strong piece of evidence, I think that's good.
I'm going to get a drink. You go for it. You keep looking. I provided the context.
Did he say who's...
Again, we are doing the... Go ahead.
Did he say whose court case this is?
Sussman.
In Sussman trial. Okay.
Yeah.
This is Michael Sussman, right? Yes.
Yes. Yeah, again, we are doing this Avant-Tom today, guys. We had a bunch of debates. This is the second one we got today. We have another one after this with Andrew Wilson and Jake the Rattlesnake. That'll be at 9:30. I don't know how much longer you guys want to go. We're a little over the 2 hour mark.
I still have
for
plenty
2 to 3
to say.
hours, so.
Like, we haven't even got to
okay.
like meat of what I wanted to say. He's gonna look this up the whole time. I'll talk to the audience while you keep looking.
No,
because
half the shit you've said, basically everything you've said so far has been wrong. So why would I just let you ramble?
Been true. Everything I've said's been true. Every single time we go to it, you're like, well, okay, it does say that, but the context.
Well,
is...
Rob, I had a question. This came out in 2022, so this was after the report, right? That's why it wasn't included in the Durham report.
Well, yes, that's true, right? Well, no, actually, the Durham report wasn't released till after that. I believe maybe 2023, 2024. But nonetheless,
right. But they would have written. Did they write it before
I don't know.
this, or was
I don't know.
this...
The point is, it may be included in the Durham report. The Durham report's hundreds of pages. I can't remember every single thing that it said. The point is, there is overwhelming evidence that people in Hillary Clinton's team concocted this Russia collusion plan. Overwhelming evidence. The Steele dossier, right? A bunch of other shit that we can see that I'm getting to. And I believe what I'm about to read here is from the 316-page IG report, right?
IG report or the Durham report?
I believe the IG report. And what it says is, and I quote, this is on page 97, quote, "This stands in sharp contrast to reliance to the uncorroborated Steele reports, which at least some FBI personnel appeared to know was likely being funded or promoted by the Clinton campaign. For example, during a meeting in London on July 5th, 2016, Steele provided his first report to Handling Agent 1. Handling Agent 1's notes from the meeting reflect that HC was aware of Steele's Brit firm seeking info. While Handling Agent 1 did not have an independent recollection of Steele explicitly stating that HC referred to Hillary Clinton, he could think of no other individual from his notes that HC really stood for." So here we have agents, FBI agents in July 5th, 2016, before the Crossfire Hurricane investigation started, talking to Christopher Steele, who was paid for by Hillary's team.
Christopher Steele wasn't paid for by Hillary's team. It was Fusion GPS, number one. Number two, Christopher Steele had already been doing opposition research for the Republicans. That had already been a thing that had started. Number three,
Christopher Steele was not being paid. He was not working for them while the Republicans were paying. That's not true.
I don't know if he was working while the Republicans were paying, but I know that he was doing. There were people who were requesting oppo research from the Republican Party on Trump. I don't know. Maybe it was Christopher Steele, but Fusion GPS, I think, was already working on this stuff. Are you claiming that Hillary Clinton had a direct contact with Steele?
I'm saying that this is saying Christopher Steele said that not direct contact, but she was aware of what he was doing. That's what it said. You want me to read it again?
No, wait. Don't stop reading random. This Durham make this assessment.
The IG does.
The 316-page thing that you're reading.
Yes.
This is. Are you sure this isn't the Durham report? The Durham report is 316 pages. It's probably the Durham report.
Maybe it is. I'm sorry, I may have.
Okay, read me what is the exact sentence you're saying?
Oh, for fuck's sakes! Now I'm gonna find the page I was at. Page 97.
Okay. 97 on the document, or like I type in 97 on top?
97 on the left. Yeah, you type in 97. I need to become rich like you. Like put other equipment in. All right. So it'll be 87 on the bottom, but 97.
That was close. Patience.
The office located no evidence that in the conducting Crossfire Hurricane investigation, the FBI considered whether or how the Clinton plan intelligence might impact the investigation. So Durham's acknowledging here that there's this whole section's Durham acknowledging that there was a Clinton plan.
This is intelligence related to the idea that there was a Clinton plan.
No, that's not true. He's acknowledging and giving reasons why there was a Clinton plan. We can read the whole section if you want. But he continues, no FBI personnel were interviewed at the office recalled Crossfire Hurricane personnel taking any action to vet the Clinton plan intelligence. For example, Brian Otten stated he could not recall anything the FBI did to analyze or otherwise consider the Clinton plan intelligence, stating it was just one data point. This stands in sharp contrast to its substantial reliance on the uncorroborated Steele reports, which at least some FBI personnel appeared to say was likely funded or promoted by a Clinton campaign. For example, during a meeting in London on July 5th, 2016, Steele provided his first report to the FBI agent. The agent's notes from the meeting reflect that HC, capital H, capital C, was aware of Steele, a Brit firm seeking info.
Sure. So if you go up to page 94, going back to this, the intelligence community received the Clinton plan intelligence in late July of 2016. This was them receiving intelligence that Hillary Clinton supposedly was trying to start this, to tie Russia and Trump together in some illegitimate manner. When they say Clinton plan intelligence, they don't mean that they've gotten intelligence from Hillary Clinton and now they're going to build off of that to do Crossfire Hurricane. They mean that they have intelligence related to this idea of a Clinton plan. In this Durham report, my understanding is that none of that is ever verified. Durham never comes out and says they were trying to illegitimately tie these two things together. And I think in the intro to literally what you just said, the FBI wasn't even considering that quote-unquote Clinton plan intelligence when they were doing their investigation. I think that was the opening to what you read.
It was asked, what that's talking about specifically, whether or not they used the fact this was paid for by Hillary to influence their decision. But it specifically said, how do you contend with the fact that Christopher Steele is personally saying to the first FBI contact he has, yeah, Hillary Clinton's aware of this. How do you contend with that?
I don't know. I don't know what the fuck Steele said. Steele said a lot of shit. Careful, because you're the one that's going to tell me that 95% of what Steele said is fake. So the fact that you want to rest on this as being the most true statement ever, okay, is kind of fucking ironic coming from you.
So just to be clear, here's what we know. We know that Hillary's team was paying Christopher Steele. We know that Robbie Mook, who worked for Hillary's team, says it was Hillary herself that gave us the okay to leak shit to the press about the Alpha Bank Russia story. We know that Christopher Steele was saying Hillary Clinton personally knows.
I'm sorry, hold on. It's hard to run down. It's hard to run down. Hold on. It's hard to run down because you lie about so many things, and I've caught you so many lies. Where did he say? Because somebody's like, make what saying during cross-examination, Mook said that the Hillary campaign was not fully confident in the Alpha Bank's allegations and wanted to give them to a reporter so the reporter could run it down further and verify it. I want to know where is this testimony at that he said that Hillary Clinton said to run a fake story? Because the CBS News article here that I'm reading says that during cross-examination, Mook said the campaign...
Under further question...
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, that's basically what I was reading. Go ahead.
Mook said the campaign was not fully confident in the Alpha Bank allegations and wanted to give them to a reporter so that the reporter could run it down further and verify it.
It says, what I'm reading is, in perhaps what's the biggest bombshell that tried to this point, Mook also admitted that Hillary Clinton herself agreed to the decision to leak the Alpha Bank allegations to the press. Mook was adamant that he'd authorize campaign staff rather than Perkins Coie to carry out this task.
Okay, so the characterization of those two things is quite different, yes?
No, what it's saying is that Hillary herself said, yes, take this to the press.
One is leak it and publish it, even though I know it's wrong, and the other is let's see if somebody can find more information about this, right? Those are two different things, no?
No, well, they're two different things that have nothing to do with the point I was making, which was that Hillary was aware of this and was leaking it, personally aware of it and saying to leak it to the press.
Is there a difference between giving something to the press and saying it's true versus saying this might be true, look into this? Are those the exact same thing?
Okay, I'll answer this, but then I want you to answer my question, right? No, those aren't the exact same thing. Now, if you were to say, Rob, did you leak to the press? And I say, well, one thing is I leaked to the press because I wasn't sure if it was true and wanted to see if they could help me. And the other is I knew it was a lie. Would either of those challenge the initial assertion of whether or not I leaked to the press? Can you answer that, yes or no?
Yes, it would significantly change the way I would view that, yes.
That's not true. It might change how you view it, but it doesn't change the underlying fact that it was me that leaked it or that gave the go-ahead to leak it.
If I said that if I said that a man stabbed my sister yesterday and she died, would it change your opinion if it was a guy who stabbed her in the street during a mugging, or if it was a surgeon that tried to do an appendectomy or whatever the fuck and she died during surgery, even though she's getting stabbed by a knife in both circumstances? Would that change the fact that she got stabbed and died, Rob?
No, it wouldn't change the fact she got stabbed. You phrased that question the opposite of what you wanted, you idiot.
No, I didn't. I didn't. Yes, you did. It's exactly my point.
I just want to be clear. So your argument is, yeah, okay, Hillary Clinton team did have this plan, but it was good-natured. They were leaking to the press for help. Not that they wanted it to affect the election.
Sure, yeah, there's nothing. What's wrong with leaking? Are you saying that it's bad to leak to the press for help?
I'm saying that this is part and parcel to the Hillary Clinton herself that was aware of these plans to connect Trump to Russia?
I don't. Is this about?
That's been my argument the entire
time. Hold on, wait. Is this the same thing, or is it a lot different than Giuliani leaking the images of the hard drive from the laptop from hell to the press?
I don't understand what your whataboutism has anything to do with the topic at hand.
Would you consider that the same type of thing?
When we say
no.
Okay. When we say leak to the press, are we saying that they're making it public, or are we saying that they're giving it to the...
He wants to obfuscate between the both because he wants to borrow the moral condemnation from the worst thing while retreating to the factual analysis of the second thing. That's what he wants to do.
The Alphabet story was bullshit.
Yeah, I'm just clarifying. Are we saying that leaking it to the press means that they're going to publish it?
Yes. Okay. What do you think they're going to do when they leak it to the press? The press is just going to say, that's interesting.
What do you mean? Press can do research on things just because...
giving it to them for... Yeah, I thought the claim was that they were giving it to the press for them to help verify it. But if you think that they're going to publish it, I think there's a difference in the way that you guys are interpreting that claim.
This is fucking insane. So now the argument is, okay, Hillary's team was aware of this plan to connect Trump to Russia. However, it was good-natured. They were just asking the press. In a story that ended up being total fabrication and bullshit, that included people in Hillary's team, they were just asking the press, is this true? And then, if you read further down the article I linked, the flip is then presented Mook with a statement issued by Clinton campaign staffer Jake Sullivan and later tweeted out by Hillary herself after the first Alpha Bank allegations were published. So, on October 31st, 2016, after Mook says that Hillary herself said to leak this, Hillary then, it appears she wasn't just looking for confirmation because that confirmation never came, and yet here she is tweeting out, computer scientists have apparently uncovered a covert server linking the Trump organization to a Russian-based bank. Geez, that's weird. They never confirmed that story. In fact, we now know that that story was bullshit. And yet Hillary, who's so
If that's true, then the fault would be on the people who published it.
Let me finish.
Yeah.
Yet Hillary, who just innocently, she didn't want this to affect the election. She was just like, oh, this is interesting. I wonder if they could confirm it. She immediately retweets out their story. She feeds them the story, then retweets it out. And you're like, yeah, but it wasn't about publishing. It wasn't about affecting the election. This is fucking laughable, even from you, Destiny.
Mm-hmm. That says the guy who says that an email that is compiled from a bunch of different emails is basically just a true email with a lot of different truths in the same one. Yeah, this is ridiculous. Yeah, there's a reason why at the end of this, and you don't have a good answer for this. Why, if this obviously illegal behavior happened, where are the indictments?
We had some.
For Hillary Clinton, for ordering intentionally false material to be leaked and to be intentionally misleading the entire public on things like this. None of this was illegal. None of this was broke any laws.
Is that illegal? What's the crime?
I don't know. You tell me. Nothing about this was illegal. If nothing was a crime, nothing was wrong, then why do you even care about this?
Can you leak dirt on your opponent, even if it ends up not being true? Is that a crime?
If none of this is a crime or none of this matters, then what do you even care? What's the problem? What are you even alleging here? What's the issue?
Well, okay, two things. One, there probably are crimes when it talks about the intel agents that are purposely taking this information because they hate Trump and using it to spy on him and commit lawfare. And secondly, even if it didn't rise to the level of the crime, the fact that our intel agencies, under the auspices of Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama's administration, right, were actively putting their thumb on the scale using lawfare to go after Trump's a big deal, even if no one's ever charged.
If they were using lawfare, hold on, it just doesn't make sense. If they were using lawfare to go after it, why didn't they do it before the election? They Crossfire Hurricane and
Crossfire Hurricane started.
When was it announced to the public?
It doesn't matter. Destiny, you're
how is it supposed to affect the election if it doesn't matter? They're willing to fake a whole investigation, but they won't make an announcement about it?
Do you think you can affect an election? Do you think an investigation leaking to the press can affect an election without coming out publicly saying there's an investigation?
Sure, why not? You literally said earlier that Russia could have leaked information to change the whole fucking outcome of the election if they would have just leaked something. But you're saying that the FBI, who's actually doing an investigation, couldn't leak that to influence the outcome of the election? How does this even make sense in your world?
They did leak. Like I said, Harry Reid was talking about before the election that there was an FBI investigation into Trump. And everyone, including, we've gone over this many times, you acknowledged that Comey and the FBI all thought that Hillary was going to win. What this did was it allowed them
You said you can't live in both worlds. You said the polls were getting close. You said that nobody knew what was going to happen. You said it was really hard to tell. So why would Comey come out over and over again and destroy Hillary Clinton's chances of winning and then not say anything about Trump's investigation? It doesn't make any sense. There's a reason why there are no credible indictments. Nothing came out of this. It'll never be as good as Mueller. Your super ass back is none. Even the two people that were charged in connection with this were acquitted, unlike fucking Flynn, unlike fucking Manafort, unlike fucking Stone, all these other people who were charged with credible investigations, who were actually convicted, and who needed Daddy Trump to bail them out with a fucking pardon after they got convicted in front of a jury for all of this. Durham doesn't agree with any of the assessments you're making. That's why you have to snipe quotes and quote to me news articles. You can't find me quotes in the actual Durham report, but you're for some reason content to cite news articles about it. It's unbelievable to me. Or you're okay to cite an annex from the Durham report, but you won't give me Durham's conclusion. Why? You trust the ICA when it comes to knowing what Russia has on their servers, but you don't trust the ICA's assessment about what Putin might want for an election? Rob, you literally live in 17 different worlds at every point in time when you're making a claim. All you can do is have these singular sentences and then rest your entire case on these insane conclusions like, well, just because an email is cobbled together from several different emails, but as long as those underlying emails are true, that means that the main email is basically true. It's an insane world to live in.
What you do is every time you're getting blown the fuck out on the specific facts, you go in this big interruption tirade and you spurt out and you're like, oh, you can't control yourself because you know you're incapable of winning a debate on even platform. That's why you have your audience right now feeding you shit. That's what you do. I get it. Like, I totally understand. You're an army of 6,000 that are all dog shit. I'm an army of 1 that crushes you constantly. I assume you're going to rage quit and fucking blacklist me again at the end of this, as is your want. But what you can see is I'm pointing to specific things and you just spurg out and talk about all of this. Blah, 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 blah. I'm citing you specific things from the Durham report. You always default to this every time we debate. If something's corrupt, well, it could have been more corrupt. They could have done even more. They could have announced the investigation early. And see, why didn't they? There's no possibility it could be corrupt. It's bullshit. It would imply that nothing could ever be corrupt because there could have always been more corruption. What we see is that they thought that Hillary's team was going to win the election. They had access through vice alerts and all this other shit, all of Trump's internal communications. They effectively did what Hillary Clinton wanted to do, which was to take the conversation away from her server and put it on Trump-Russia collusion, which was the bulk of the mainstream media narrative.
It wasn't. It was the Hillary email stuff, and Trump won the election. And then Trump had 4 years to uncover this stuff.
I know you need to interrupt again,
why didn't any of this come out in the first 4 years of Trump?
The bulk of the mainstream media's narrative going into this was Trump-Russia collusion after we saw the DNC hacks. That was the bulk of what was being talked about. Instead of focusing specifically on the hacks and the damaging things it said about Hillary that was true, instead the narrative became from most of these mainstream outlets, oh my God, Trump may have been connected. They're trying to help Trump, etc., which is exactly what the evidence says that Hillary Clinton's team wanted to do. Now, I read to you specifically, you said you're not reading from the Durham report. Again, what you do is you hope that your audience isn't paying attention and you spurg out and just say a bunch of nonsensical shit, implying that I'm doing something that I'm not. I read you directly from the fucking Durham report, twice now, that said that the first agent that Steele talked to specifically said Hillary Clinton is aware of what I'm doing. And your answer is, I don't trust him. That's it. That's your answer.
I literally, just to be clear, my statement was that, the majority of the Steele dossier is not true. You agree with that. Your statement is you don't believe any of it except for the one thing that Steele said, that the first person he contacted, he knew about Hillary Clinton. So you're the one that's picking and choosing it.
That's not. We know that Hillary's team was paying for it, right? And here's the other thing. I can concede all this argument, which I don't. I think I'm quite clearly winning it. I'm giving various data points from the Durham report. I'm giving data points from trials of people connecting to Hillary. We know that Hillary's team was paying through an intermediary to get this evidence, and this was part of their plan.
All of these things are half-truths. You weren't claiming that they were paying to get intelligence. You're claiming that they were paying, telling them that they wanted a certain type of intelligence. Do you acknowledge that those are two completely separate claims?
Yeah, it would be a separate claim. Sure. Do you think that Hillary's team was being kept abreast of what Steele was doing?
Them paying for a company to do Oppo research and then finding out that there might be Russian connections, you acknowledge that's significantly different than them saying, we want you to fabricate Russian connections.
Sure, that would be different. Do you think at some point they knew that there were Russian connections?
But yeah, well, they probably, yeah, of course, yeah. I believe that, well, not just from Steele's reporting, from other things as well, yeah. But what's wrong with that? Trump himself literally went on TV and said Russia will be rewarded if they release 30,000 emails. Yeah.
Yeah, we know Trump's joke that you guys don't get careful now. Now, the Durham report, right, that I just read to you, if I'm not mistaken, said specifically, during July 5th, 2016, Steele's talking to an FBI agent, correct? That's not disputed.
I don't think so.
During a meeting in London on July 5th, 2016, Steele provided his first report to handling Agent 1. Okay? That's the FBI agent, I believe. Okay, so we acknowledge that. There's no reason for us to dispute that.
Sure.
So at this point, the allegation is that Hillary came up with it in July 28th was when Hillary's team said, okay, let's go all in on Trump connected to Russia. Correct?
There's no evidence of that.
Plan.
That was the Russian propaganda that you're repeating happily because it backs Trump. Yes.
That's the allegation, right?
No, from Russia. Yes, that's the Russian propaganda. Yes.
Okay, that's the allegation.
From Russia. Yes.
But that
Thank you. Yes. That is the Russia. That is the confirmed fake Russian email. Yes, correct.
It's not confirmed fake, right?
It is confirmed fake by your own admission. It's not a real email.
That's not true.
By your own admission, it's not a real email, right? It's not a real email, correct?
They were unable. They said that their best evidence that the information contained within were true, but that specific email
was not true, correct? That email was a fake email, correct?
Was that the only email that they used to determine that Hillary Clinton had a plan?
Yes. That was the one that linked NATO. I think they say it in the thing. They say it links NATO and Russia and Trump in that one email. Yes, that's why it's an amalgamation of different emails.
It doesn't. Here's the point that I'm getting at, right? Like,
wait, so that was a fake email. So we're starting the allegation is a fake email. Yes.
Two ancient guardians await.
I don't know if it was fake. It seems that they think that this was.
Then let's go back to it. Let's go back to it. You think that email existed? Did that email exist?
Be light on your feet.
If the evidence seems to suggest no, it was true information that didn't exist in that email.
True information. So the email didn't exist.
And it was an amalgamation of other emails.
Okay, so if I have one statement from Rob saying I am, and then another statement from Rob saying a gay man, and I put those two things together, can I say that this email contains true information? And the email says I am a gay man.
If there was another email that said I am a gay man, and they're like, well, this one email.
No, you don't have evidence of that. I'm sorry. Do you have any evidence of that? That email exists? That has the whole. Oh, okay. Go ahead. Let's go through that again, and let's revisit.
Okay. Do you want me to reread the part where it says from the Durham Annex that they believe that Julie Smith probably was? It's plausible to think that she was part of the Hillary Clinton plan and was doing this shit. You want me to reread that?
It was plausible to think that based on the Russian propaganda. That was the point of the Russian propaganda. You acknowledge that that's what they mean when they say that. It was a logical deduction from the Russian propaganda.
No, they're saying that we believe that's most likely the case, given all the other evidence we see.
They wouldn't have to believe that's the case. They're investigators. They can just look and check. They were saying that the FBI should have thought that, and they weren't treating the investigation the same way they were treating the Steele.ca.
They do believe that Hillary's team was concocting a Russian plan. All of us do.
No, they don't. That's not in the. Where is that in the Durham report? Why isn't that there?
Did Hillary Clinton's team pay for, through an intermediary, the dirt that ended up becoming the Russia collusion story? Yes or no?
If I answer yes to that and you agree, then I win. Yes, it ended up becoming that. They didn't go there operating on the assumption that they were going to get a Russian plan. They were paying a law firm to retain somebody else to do oppo research that ended up being the Russian plan. That's different than requesting it or saying it in advance.
Before you spurg out and keep taking it back to one area that you think you're doing well. Ooh. So again, on July 5th, we have Steele talking to the FBI, talking about his actions, what he's up to, saying Hillary Clinton's aware of it. Correct?
We can go. Look, what do we have for here?
During a meeting in London on July 5th, 2016, Steele provided his first report to Handling Agent 1.
Are you supposed to be able to do this thing when you're on level tier 2
Handling Agent 1's notes reflect that HC was aware of Steele's Brit firm seeking info. While Handling Agent 1 didn't have an independent recollection of it referring specifically to Hillary Clinton, he could think of no other individual in that context who HC would mean. In other words, he's looking back at his notes going, yeah, that had to be Hillary Clinton. Okay? Now, do you think that FBI agent's lying?
As discussed, wait, hold on. Sorry, real quick. What page is this on?
That is on page 97.
Okay, hold on.
And I was getting my ass handed to me a few levels ago.
I've read it like 7 times. You've read it yourself. The point is, if you conceded that Steele would have been keeping abreast the people that were paying him of what was going on, and we know as early as July 5th, he was actually talking to the FBI and saying, I have connections to Hillary Clinton, and the alleged plan that we're told was concocted on July 28th, that gives almost 23 days, or actually exactly 23 days from Hillary. So even if they didn't seek initially to say, let's smear Trump as colluding with Russia, they certainly got the information and said, fuck it, yes, let's run with this. That's where the story came from.
Who said, fuck it, yes, let's run with this?
Hillary's team, they ran with the Russia collusion story.
At what point, at what date are you alleging this?
So the allegation, which spurred down, listen, was July 28th is when they finally finalized, yes, this is the plan we're going for. I'm saying that if your argument is true, they never intentionally sought to smear Trump as connected to Russia. They just fought opposition research. But then on July 5th, the dude that they were paying for intermediaries is already talking to the FBI saying Hillary's aware of what I'm doing, and that dude's investigating Trump-Russia collusion, then it is entirely reasonable to suspect that Hillary's team was running with the Trump-Russia collusion story.
Did he mention the Trump-Russia collusion on July 5th?
I don't know. It doesn't specifically say.
It says during a meeting in London on July 5th, 2016, Steele provided his first report to Handling Agent 1. Handling Agent 1's notes from the meeting reflect that agency was aware of Steele's Brit firm seeking info, while Handling Agent 1 did not have an independent recollection, so explicitly saying that he referred to Hillary Clinton. So Hillary Clinton was aware that there was a firm that was looking for information on Trump. Isn't that what this statement is saying?
Right, and we know that what Steele was doing was Steele's saying Hillary knows what I'm doing. You conceded that Steele would have been keeping Fusion GPS, Glenn Simpson. He would have been keeping them
This says
abreast.
his firm. Wasn't Steele just one person at this firm?
He was the person that was spearheading the opposition research against Trump. That got to the dossier that was used by the FBI that was the central linchpin.
Eventually, yes, but this says the notes reflect he was aware of the firm seeking info. That doesn't sound like the firm was saying there was Russia collusion, give it to us, or go fabricate evidence. It sounds like they were looking for people to hire for Oppo research, no?
Fuck. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that what's happening is, let's assume your narrative's true. Hillary's team never sought to smear Trump as connected to Russia. They just said, we're going to pay for opposition research.
Sure.
So they pay for opposition research.
Okay.
They find out the guy that's doing the research for them goes, Trump-Russia collusion. A bullshit story, but that's what he decides to go with, right? He gives that information back.
Wait, how do they know? Wait. How do they even know it's bullshit? What are you talking about?
But it was bullshit. It ended up being bullshit.
Do you understand the huge difference between it ended up being bullshit versus knowing it was? But why do you keep mixing these things up?
You keep implying that I'm saying things that I'm not.
Wait,
right?
If what you're saying is just they paid for Oppo research, a lot of it ended up being this Russia collusion stuff. A lot of the Steele stuff ended up being uncorroborated or untrue. That's significantly different than they went to Steele saying, we need you to fabricate a Russia narrative. We've already decided we've got this Russia narrative. These are two totally different stories, right?
That's because I'm not saying the former. What I'm saying is this. I'm making a claim. I'm not talking about their motivation. I'm not talking about whether or not they believe the veracity of the information. I'm making a claim. The FBI and the CIA was aware, in the form of John Brennan, they were aware of allegations that Hillary's team was pushing the Trump-Russia collusion story. I provided evidence that's the case. You're like, no, that can't be.
No, I've never said it can be. If they're pushing the...
Let me finish, right? Then when I have to jump through all these things, okay, we know on July 5th that Steele was saying, in fact, my reading of it is Steele's first dossier was crafted on June 20th, 2016. So there is no doubt by that point that they knew that Steele's arguments were Trump connected to Russia. Now let's assume for the sake of argument, they totally believed it. They were like, Steele's the man, and Steele totally believed it. And Igor Dushenko, the alleged Russian spy that Hillary's team was working with, they believed it too. All of them believed this. Nonetheless, it would be fair to say that the people that started the Trump-Russia collusion story that were pushing it was Hillary's team, that they had a plan to push the Trump-Russia collusion story. And you're like, yeah, but they didn't know it was false. Who gives a shit? That's not my argument.
Okay, let's walk through these one at a time. So the first thing that...
Just real quick, I have a hard out in like 15
Okay, that's fine. This will be the last claim that we go through then, okay? Okay. So
I got one more thing.
Number one, do you think that Hillary Clinton's team approached the law firm, correct? Saying we want Oppo research.
Yes.
Yes, okay. There's nothing wrong with that, right?
No.
Okay. That law firm then retained Fusion GPS, of which one of the people who worked for them was the Steele guy, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, 2, yes. In the course of Steele going out and doing research, I guess Steele eventually becomes convinced that there is a strong Trump-Russia connection, especially because of his stuff that he finds with Page.
Maybe. We don't know that's true. We don't know if he's convinced or if he knows it's bullshit.
Okay, maybe he knows it's bullshit. We don't know. Okay, but he finds that, correct? Yes.
Correct.
He passes that Oppo research through Fusion GPS, through the law firm, to essentially to the Hillary Clinton campaign, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And then the Hillary Clinton campaign, I guess at some point, starts to operate on this, correct?
Yes.
Okay. If that's true from start to finish, what is the wrong that you're alleging?
About this story, nothing. We couldn't get. You want to know why it's important? We didn't get to it because you spurred down and refused to admit the obvious truth, so we had to go down this rabbit hole.
So to be clear, the reason why we're talking about this is because your claim and the strong claim that you made initially was that the Clinton plan, that's what this whole thing hinges on, was that the Clinton campaign before... Wait. Oh, actually, wait. Well, maybe we do agree. Then you agree then that there's no evidence that Hillary Clinton sought to tie Trump and Russia together before Steele presented them with that information. You agree that there's no evidence to show that?
There are claims, but I don't see specific evidence that I'm looking at right now. I'm not
then
saying
what do we? I don't even. Why? Okay, then we agree on everything. Why are we even arguing this?
Let me show you why you're so confused. Because you are unwilling to admit simple truths, and you have to go down these rabbit holes that I have to fucking dog walk you to get to the obvious truth. Because you're always planning ahead. What's the next argument? Instead of just going, yeah, okay, Hillary's team got this information, and they were pushing the Trump Russia. That's it. We could have saved 45 minutes.
What do you think that? Wait, no, wait. I'm just trying to understand this one point. I'm trying to understand. Rob, no, wait. Just help me understand this one thing, and then you can do it. One thing, Rob. Then you do it. Rob, why did we go over that email? What was the point of the fake email? What was that fake email supposed to establish?
Fuck you. I'm not letting you do this. I'm not. You fucking idiot. I will answer. The reason was I literally brought up that email to say, even if you think it's fake, it's clear that the FBI and other intel agencies had documents that Russia had hacked. And it's because we had to go through that because when we were going through the
whole point of that email was to prove that the Hillary Clinton campaign was already trying to fabricate the story before they had any evidence for it. That's the whole reason why you bring that up. That's why you were saying, even if it's an amalgamation, there's true things of all the other emails. Why would you fight so hard on that point to say that this email is true, even if it's a fabricated email? It's still true. The truth was that it was establishing that the Hillary Clinton campaign sought to tie. That's what the whole Clinton plan is. Wait, what do you think the Clinton plan is?
Holy fuck.
Didn't you just say the Clinton plan was the whole start of the Steele dossier?
Holy fuck.
Oh my God.
True. So let me tell you what happened.
Go ahead.
Right? Here's what happened.
Mm-hmm.
We're looking at this ICA report, right? We're looking at the report of it. It's saying Russia had these emails. Russia had these emails. Russia had these emails. You're like, all fake. No evidence they had those emails. Fake. Now, I'm saying there's a different thing between they have the email, but the email's fake, and they don't have the email. They never had it. And I'm saying they had the email, whether or not it was fake or not, it's not really relevant to the point I'm making right now. And you're arguing that. You're like, no, we don't know that they had the email. We don't know. It could be fake that they didn't have the emails. And I'm like, okay, let's take a step back. Now, there's this other email you're aware of, right? That says that there was a Hillary plan. You're like, yeah, I know that. And then you spurt out, the one that was fake. And I'm like, yeah, it doesn't matter if it's a fake email. Even if it's fake, they had it. Right? That's the point. And so if it's true that our intel agency got this, even if they think it's fake, if it's true they got this, then it's reasonable to believe they had all this other shit, regardless if it was true or not, that they actually had the documents, that them and foreign intel service, that's why we got on.
Wait, that they actually had what documents? Wait, just clarify, that they had the documents, that they had what documents?
They had the documents from the Hillary, or from the Obama team saying that Hillary was sick. They had the documents from sources that said that the Obama team was reaching out to religious organizations.
Wait, yes. We know that they have that. They literally wrote that down. So
you seemed to be arguing that wasn't the case.
No, what I'm arguing is that in past debates you've brought it up like that intelligence is true, and what I'm saying is that that intelligence is just stuff that our intel thought that Russia claimed they were going to leak.
I'm going to get through my point.
Oh, man.
Then the point I was trying, when you're like, why'd you fight so hard in this point? Because you were arguing against it, and I was arguing what I actually believe was true. Okay. The reason, now that you've conceded that there wasn't,
I haven't conceded anything. You've moved to so many different positions.
The reason that matters is because when the FBI started these investigations, they briefed Obama, and they knew that this was part of Clinton's plan. So everything we see as a result after that, all the shady doings, the illegal FISA warrants, the December 8th, the presidential daily briefing saying we've came to the conclusion that the reason that they did this, their motivation, just like with the hacks, was just to mess with the system and undermine the credibility of the candidates. And then Obama says, no, new ICA. And then the very next day, your argument is, the very next day, they'd already reached a consensus. You're
misquoting a whole bunch of... So in the same world where Obama allows the FBI to investigate Hillary Clinton's emails for 12 decades, he also somehow sneaks into the FBI the belief that all of them should rely on the Steele dossier for bullshit FISA warrants after the election is already over. This is ridiculous. Wait, so like, hold on. When I just want to clearly understand this. So when you're tweeting this here, are you not literally explicitly saying, because this is what I believe your position has been in the debate, that you thought that these things were all real things? You said that these files really fight.
I can't see.
I linked it in our group chat.
Just tell me what it says. Is it the top tweet that I have?
Yeah. Wow, these files released by DNI Gabber today are unbelievable. Not only do they show that there was substantial proof that Russia wasn't trying to help Trump, there are even more troubling things that I don't even see people mentioning, like this. Obama's State Department offered U.S. religious organizations money if they supported Hillary. That is an unbelievable scandal in its own right. All of these things that are quoted here are just things that Russia said they wanted to release or leak or do propaganda. None of these things are verified as being true or real. These are just propaganda campaigns that Russia wanted to go on.
Two things. So if you look at my further commentary on this, especially when I was talking about it on channel, there's two things to this. One, they had this information regardless if it's true or not, and when the election was tightening, they chose not to release things, which undermines the argument that they were in this to help Trump win.
No, I know when you present this to some, I watched you debate someone, you presented this information as though this was all true stuff that the intelligence agency was keeping under wraps, because you quote Brennan claiming that they had intelligence on all of this, but you misphrase it. It's not that we had intelligence on this, it's that we had intelligence that Russia claimed they had intelligence on this. It's not that we knew these things to be true.
I don't remember exactly what you said, quoted. Second, what it shows is that this is stuff that was at least worthy of investigation.
No, it's not.
Why? We investigated Trump's team on far flimsier evidence. You know, the whole
I agree. Yeah, that's what the Durham report is about. It's not, but the Durham report is not saying that all of that should have been investigated. It was saying that the Carter page one was probably bullshit. It shouldn't have been. That Steele dossier was leaned too heavily. Not that there should be a million bullshit investigations, Rob.
No, what I'm advocating for is an equal standard. What I'm saying is the FBI clearly showed a double standard because we know that they were sitting on all of these alleged wrongdoings of the Obama.
No, these aren't alleged. Why are you saying alleged? It's foreign propaganda. That's not an allegation.
So what was Christopher Steele and Igor Dushenko? Was that foreign propaganda?
Possibly. Why do you keep thinking I'm defending that?
But wait, what did the FBI say was so important that they had to start in getting illegal flies to use Trump's team to look into it?
Yeah, and they didn't even say that it came from Oppo Research.
Okay, last thing.
Wait, hold on, Rob. You understand that I'm saying that it shouldn't have been used for the Carter Page thing. You're saying, no, that should have been used and everything should be investigated. You're the one saying, you're saying that all of it should have been treated equally. I agree, the equal treatment is nothing. That's what Durham is saying. You're apparently saying the equal treatment is every single thing should be investigated no matter who's alleging it or no matter what the credibility of it is.
No, I'm saying there was unequal treatment and you're agreeing.
Yes, that's what the Durham report literally says. I've never said anything different.
Okay, right.
Thank you for conceding that. Thank you. Yes, thank you.
So, yes, that's been my argument.
Thank you, Rob. Yes, I know. You like to retroactively hijack, yes, the time traveler argument. Thank you.
The FBI that has bias that we can see from all these agents,
correct.
as you just admitted, engaged in a
yes,
two-tier
as you've conceded, that is what the Durham report says, as I've now explained to you, yes.
Correct. That's lawfare. I win the debate.
How is that lawfare? None of you can't prove that any of this happened at the direction of Obama.
It doesn't. So if you go back to my opening statement, we said the following: lawfare would include things that were investigations and shit like that, that with the purpose of eventually having possible legal cases. Secondly, we could show that it was. We shouldn't have to concede that it was just Obama. He should be held accountable for members of his cabinet and members of his administration.
Hold on. What was the prompt? What was the prompt?
Go ahead.
The thing I have written down is Obama guilty of a Russian conspiracy hoax? If we're saying that anything is lawfare, that would mean that if a single person was bullied by a single federal officer, that counts as lawfare?
That wasn't.
Rob said in his opening statement that if anybody within the administration was engaging in lawfare or some sort of illegal behavior, then Obama was responsible for it. But the problem is that.
Destiny, Tom, before Destiny's first out, can you read the wording of the topic that I asked you to read twice before this? Go ahead.
It says, is Obama guilty of lawfare, and is the Trump admin lying about the details?
So, is he guilty of lawfare? Here's what I said. We define lawfare. You didn't deny it. Yes, it would be lawfare to legally spy. You didn't say.
Obama didn't do it. Obama didn't order it.
Now, let me finish. Wait, we're getting to it, right? I said there's no smoking evidence of Obama directly being involved, but the circumstantial evidence is very convincing. The fact that we know he was briefed that this was part of Hillary's plan. The fact that we have this December 9th reopen the ICA. But then the last thing I said was, the prompt should not mean Obama just the man. The prompt should also mean his administration, high-level people in his administration, which clearly used lawfare against Trump. The buck should stop with Obama. So when Obama's top of the FBI, James Comey, and top of the CIA, John Brennan, and top of the NSA Jake Clapper are engaged in this shit that ends up being
the only person
Trump.
who is engaged in a bad activity here, though, is Comey, would be the FBI. Number one. And number two, if that was the whole point of the debate, then why didn't we just start by saying, hey, do you agree with the conclusion of the Durham report? And I would say, yeah, of course I do. Then we would just stop it there in 2 seconds. Why would we waste our time with you getting fucking blown the fuck out on every other report that you've never fucking read before, just for you to end up at this point of like, well, wasn't the Durham report right? Obviously, yeah, it seems to be the case. Now, if you want to say lawfare, there weren't any criminal charges related to the Durham report. There were no convictions related to the two underlying people. I think they got charged or whatever for the two people that you cited earlier. So is lawfare here just somebody acts in a politically partisan manner? Is that what we're considering lawfare here with no direct connection to Obama whatsoever, even though Obama's in the prompt?
Okay, so if you remember, I started to speak at the beginning of this, and this is what I was literally going to say. Okay. You can see that there was lawfare done to Trump, that there was illegal spying and shit. But instead, you were like, no, I want to talk about this Tulsi stuff. Let's talk about this Tulsi stuff real fast. And I literally say at the beginning, I'm like, that's fine, but I want to get back to something else real quick.
So you agree then that Obama's not connected to any of this lawfare, right? Okay, I'll take it. I'll take that concession. Obama's not involved with any of the lawfare. If you want to say that the Durham report was correct, that's fine. But no connection with Obama, I got it. That's cool. I take that. I think it's a big W. Obama was a great president. I'm glad you like him. I like him too. I like these are second black president. Bill Clinton was the first black president. I love Obama. He was a great guy.
We got a little Rob Down.
I like that this works out for Destiny's Zone. So what he does is, it's the constant talking over, spurging out, like belittling and all that shit. No, what he's done is conceded that the FBI was corrupt and went after Trump, right? And there was a two-tier justice system, which is by far the most important thing. It wouldn't matter if Obama ordered it or not. Second, the reason that we got so distracted is because Destiny does this shit the entire time. He constantly goes down these little rabbit holes. He's constantly wrong. You have to fucking go step by step to get him to conclusions where he ultimately admits that I'm right. And he constantly interrupts. He constantly wants to just go off on tangents and shout things really fast and spurg out. That's how we get so far afoul that 3 hours in, I couldn't even make the central fucking claim that I was going, the concession I was making in the first place. Lastly, I didn't concede that Obama didn't have anything to do with it. The circumstantial evidence is overwhelming. One, we can see the circumstantial evidence that he was aware, he was briefed personally, that this was part of the plan right around the time that Crossfire Hurricane was starting. It was part of the plan of Hillary Clinton. Second, we went over Obama on December 8th getting a presidential daily briefing that told him what the motivation was. It wasn't what he wanted, and so he ordered a new ICA. After that new ICA, literally that day, there were leaks from the intel agency saying they'd already formed a consensus. Destiny laughably claims that on December 8th, they hadn't done enough research to reach a consensus, so that's why they didn't say that the motivation was to help Trump win. But on December 9th, magically, within hours, they had reached a total consensus and knew that that was now the case. That's what I'm saying that Obama is connecting. And the last argument I made was, even if Obama didn't directly order this, the fact that it occurred under his administration, and these were top people in his administration, and he was aware of the things that were going on in this administration, of all the investigative tools that were being gone after, that we should blame Obama. But even if we don't blame Obama, I don't even give a fuck. Like, the fact that I just got you to admit that our FBI was corrupt and engaged in a two-tier system, that's been my fucking claim since 2017.
That was literally my claim at the start of the debate, is that the FBI probably did heavily engage in a form of influence in our election season. It was against Hillary Clinton, correct. Because for whatever weird, insane rambling this was, Comey destroyed Hillary's campaign at like 3 different points. Okay, the Hillary Clinton email shit, which only came out as a result of a Russian hack, by the way, that apparently wasn't favoring anybody. A Russian hack led to a months and months long investigation that was improperly publicly announced twice, and then improperly publicly concluded in front of the American public with the FBI lead announcing this, who also is somehow simultaneously under control by Barack Obama to attack Donald Trump, although his attacks don't become really public by their announcements until after the election, even though all of Hillary Clinton's stuff was announced beforehand. Doesn't make any fucking sense whatsoever. Your entire debate is relied on a misunderstanding of what an ICA is versus what a presidential daily briefing is, why you keep saying PBD instead of PDB. And I'm actually honored that Rob Noor, of all people, is frustrated that I want to get into the weeds of things. I guess that's the frustrating part, when people are actually familiar with the underlying material that you're citing and aren't willing to just take your word for it, because you miscite basically every single thing that you bring up. Whether you're talking about somebody saying that presidential daily briefing was supposed to assess Putin's motivations for interfering with our election when all of them were just about the security of our election systems, or whether it's you talking about how Hillary Clinton was intentionally leaking things to the press and knowingly published false stories, versus the Hillary campaign handed stuff off to journalists because they weren't sure 100% what the validity of it was and they wanted to run it down, versus you claiming that Hillary Clinton intentionally was part of the Clinton plan was to start a fake investigation based on emails that you're saying are true because they're an amalgamation of other emails that we know that Russia fabricated, saying that Hillary Clinton themselves fabricated the entire Russia hoax and then gave that to the FBI to investigate. And now you're saying, well, no, they probably were just doing legit Oppo research. I just wanted to talk about the whole chain of thing because you brought it up. And now the claim at the end is that, well, because the FBI engaged in some political partisanship in their investigations, which they did, that means that there was lawfare directed by Barack Obama, who you have zero credible ties to any of this whatsoever, besides weird circumstantial evidence because you don't understand the circumstances.
Okay, so what you can see is that...
Do you want to, just real quick, do you want to consider, like, Rob respond, and then if you guys will do some closing statements afterwards. Go ahead.
I'll fill that in as soon as I
can make this my closing statement. If you want Destiny, I'll need to give the last one anyways, I'm assuming. You need that advantage, right? Yeah, what this is constantly Destiny implies that I'm saying things that I'm not because he's constantly thinking where I'm going with an argument instead of listening to the words I'm saying. He's been factually wrong in almost every single thing that he's talked about today. For example, we started off saying, like, you acknowledge that on December 9th, Obama issued a proclamation for a new ICA. Destiny says no. He ends up conceding within 5 minutes that, yes, actually, that was true. I say, do you acknowledge that he got this report? It wasn't an ICA, but he got this report from the intelligence agency on December 8th that spoke to the motivation. He says that didn't occur. He's then forced to admit that it's true, but falsely claims that I said that it was an ICA. I didn't. This is the sort of shit that's going the whole time through this. When we talked about Hillary Clinton's plan and things like that, he's saying, oh, Rob's saying that she had this nefarious plan and she knew it was bullshit and they concocted it. It wasn't part of the argument that I was making. It may entirely be true that that was the case, but the point that I was trying to make in talking about this wasn't that Hillary Clinton was doing something wrong. It was the claim that the ICA was making, or the IC review that I was making, was doing, which was showing that the intelligence community led by John Brennan was intentionally ham-fisted putting things in that were bullshit to change what the previous assessments had been, that the actual motivation behind Russia wasn't to help Trump win, but was instead to undermine both candidates and to cause confusion, etc., etc. And he concedes that the reason that was so important was because they needed to justify to the public their bullshit investigation that would for 4 years stymie Donald Trump. Then he says, yeah, I concede the FBI did this. And then even in that concession, he goes, but the real lawfare that I conceded at the beginning was that they hurt Hillary Clinton more. He does this a lot. He makes these arguments at the end of the debate when you don't have time to respond. I blew Destiny the fuck out on this, where he was forced to concede the last time we talked about the Comey thing. Yes, because the FBI under James Comey was actually trying to hide evidence that showed that the email server of Clinton thing was still needed to be investigated. And a whistleblower was speaking up. James Comey decided he needed to immediately reopen it and then go through 500,000 emails in 3 days and then close it back down because he was like, I assumed Hillary was going to win, and I didn't want the FBI credibility to be hurt, and I didn't want Hillary Clinton's credibility to be hurt when she's president. Destiny knows this. He's hoping that none of you know this because he knows that he got blown the fuck out in this, and so he's just, well, it doesn't matter, it actually hurt her. Yeah, I agree that Comey actively trying to sabotage Trump and actively trying to help Hillary Clinton may have backfired in that one instance, but it's clear that there was lawfare from Comey directed against Donald Trump. It's clear that there was a double standard that continued for 4 years of this lawfare to go after Trump and the intel agencies being corrupt. He admits it all, but then says, but I just trust the ICA that was put together by Comey, Brennan, and all of these people anyways. I trust it implicitly, and I won't look at the evidence that you're presenting that looked at the actual evidence in the ICA to make their declaration. I refuse to look at it. There was lawfare. There was a two-tier system. There was illegal spying of Trump in one of the most heinous political scandals in the history of this country. Barack Obama was there. He was briefed that this was part of Hillary's plan to tie Trump to this. He ordered a new intelligence community assessment, and then his intelligence community started leaking immediately that there was a consensus, which is bullshit. Hillary Clinton's team knew what concocted this scandal. They intentionally worked with someone that was a formerly suspected Russian spy. Durham's team even claims that the predicate of the whole Papadopoulos thing was bullshit, the predicate for opening this investigation in the first place. Hillary's team got the FBI that was corrupt against Trump to investigate Trump for colluding with Russians when the FBI used as evidence for that Hillary's team actually colluding with a Russian named Igor Dushenko. There was Russia collusion. It was done by Hillary's team. There was lawfare. Circumstantial evidence shows more likely than not that Obama was involved with it and knew about it. But even if he didn't, it was the top people in his administration, and the buck should stop with him. And the fact that Destiny, after years of arguing against this shit, that it wasn't a big deal, that the FBI engaged in this corruption, that there wasn't a two-tier system, he didn't give a fuck. You've never heard this dude say, oh my God, this is so corrupt, we need to do something about it. He don't give a fuck. The truth is, Destiny, like all these other rabid lefties. By the way, a guy who said that the worst thing that could have happened was that bullet not killing Trump. Of course he wants a corrupt FBI to try to stop Trump because he thinks Orange Man bad, and that's his entire thing. Now, I'm sure Destiny will go and talk to his audience about how great he is and about how I must use ChatGPT. Spoiler alert, Destiny was using it last night to prepare for this debate. But the truth is he got blown the fuck out again, and he's probably going to blacklist me again because, once more, he understands that he has to get fucking wrecked, and he has to just gaslight his audience by talking fast and spurting out that somehow he's doing something good.
I shall overcome.
All right, and
yeah, I mean, you can go watch my whole VOD from the for some of this. There's a reason why I can read like original source material. I can go through all the leaked material. There's a reason why at the end of the day, when it comes to things like Mueller investigations, you're turning out massive, credible indictments. You are getting convictions in front of federal juries. You are seizing tens of millions of dollars of assets from people like Manafort, so much so that your entire special counsel investigations are like turning a profit. There's a reason why when investigations into Trump happen, you're turning out credible convictions in the state of New York. You have credible indictments, federal for the Mar-a-Lago stuff, for the Gen 6 stuff, for which Trump will never face justice. There's a reason why when you like read the full material, you see like where the trail leads. I mean, it's not even like really the trail. Like everything for the Republican shit is just out in the fucking open. Every single motherfucker on the planet, even Rob knows, is the only reason that we're talking about this shit right now is because they don't want to talk about the fucking Epstein. That's the only reason why all of this shit is coming out right now. Trump was in office for 4 fucking years. He had all the time in the world to expose some corrupt fucking plot here if he wanted to. In fact, remember, the whole reason why Mueller exists is because Donald Trump wanted to obstruct this own investigation, and he fired Comey. Now, if he thought at the time that Comey had acted improperly with regards to the investigation himself, why did he say that he fired Comey from the United States? He fucking lied. And the only truth that you'll ever get, or the only evidence you'll ever get from people like Rob, are these stupid little leaks that people like Tulsi make just for people like Rob, so they can go and find 1 or 2 sentences, so that they can try to lie to your face and say that a cobbled together email is the same thing as a whole email, so that they can misunderstand between a presidential daily briefing and an actual intelligence community assessment, and so that they can pretend a 46-page report from some bullshit House committee is as credible as a 1,000-page Senate Intelligence Committee report, as a 330-page Durham investigation, and as the entire assessment of the entire intelligence community. I hope that one day we'll finally get some credible charges or credible indictments to show anything of what Rob is saying. Don't hold your breath. We're probably going to go through the rest of this administration without any real charges against any of the people that Rob say are so obviously doing horrible, wrong things. Like, surprise, surprise, all of this is a distraction, all of this bullshit. It's the same read between the lines, circumstantial evidence, whatever else is right. There's no smoking gun evidence to literally any of the fucking things he's claiming. And that's how it's going to be until the end of time. This is how Republicans operate.
Real quick, because you brought up the Epstein thing, you don't really believe that Trump wouldn't be talking about this stuff if Epstein didn't come up. Where's your evidence of that?
That Trump didn't talk about what if the Epstein come up? What?
That Trump wouldn't be talking about the corrupt, Russiagate shit if Epstein. You don't believe that, right?
Oh, I know that's true. No, they wouldn't talk about this. Probably not. Not like this, no. Because it's obviously bullshit. Nothing new has been leaked. And Tulsi Gabbard is misquoting the same things that she's leaking. So obviously they haven't found anything new. It is true. Like, for instance, that saying, I know why you quoted that email as being credible, and you stumbled into the answer when you started to read further. You thought it was credible. And I know, because I read your tweets, Rob. I even showed you your last tweet, but you thought that Russian intelligence was actually something our intelligence thought. I know you're denying it now, and that's good, and that's fine. But I can go back and watch you use these same things in debates. You did. You thought it was real. It's okay. Yeah, I know. You can say no context.
Destiny, you have as much evidence that Trump's talking about this to avoid Epstein as I have that you're talking to me about topics we've talked about before to avoid the allegations about you. Both of them are bullshit claims,
If I wanted to avoid allegations related to anything like that, Rob, I wouldn't be raping you in a conversation right now, okay? If we want to be honest right now, okay? The reality is the only thing you can do is quote 1 or 2 lines at a time, okay? And pretend that you're making some argument and you see the eyes go fucking wide and blank, okay? Like a confused fucking child, all right? That's where the allegation's coming from, right? Like a confused child, when you're like, oh, fuck, he knows what I'm quoting from? Oh, shit. The fact that you could spend half this debate thinking you're reading from a Durham annex when you're actually just reading from the House committee report goes to show that the fact that you thought you were reading an Inspector General report. What does that even mean, Inspector General? When you were reading from the fucking Durham report, shows that you don't even know the underlying source material. You're getting it all from ChatGPT or from fucking articles, which is what you linked me. We all watched you think that you were reading from the wrong thing for like half the debate on half the shit you were quoting.
No, I didn't. I had like 12 tabs up, and I didn't know if the one I was looking was the IG report, which I have up, or the Durham report. That's it. And yeah, I did go, when I talked about Robbie Mook, I admitted it was from an article that was citing what happened in the trial, right? Like, again, like, I look forward to seeing you after you lift the next blacklist, because I know you don't like this. I know you know that you're not doing so hot, and you're just spurging out to try to cover up for it.
Okay.
But good luck to you.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was a blast.
I appreciate you guys coming on. We got another debate coming up, so thanks guys for coming on. And,
Jesus Christ! Oh my God! What a horrible conversation. That's a Rob talk. I like how we spent like 45 minutes trying to build on the Hillary email to show that the Clinton plan was the start of the fake Russia collusion narrative. And then after we'd gone through so much, he's like, wait, I don't think that the Hillary Clinton team was falsely alleging anything at all. It's like, why the fuck are we even talking about? I thought the whole point was that like, oh my God. It's like, yeah, Jesus. Anyway, where's Zip Zip? Yeah. I'm glad I stayed up all night reading through these stupid fucking reports so that I knew where every claim was coming from and I knew what he was reading from the whole time. Because holy fuck, there were still things. There were still like little pieces here though that I didn't know anything about that Mook trial or whatever the fuck. Jesus. The fake email amalgamation. Yeah, there were two things that I thought were just so clearly bad faith. One was the fake email thing. That was, I almost rage quit, but I was like, fuck, I don't want to rage quit again. I almost just left. Because I'm like, you're really going to say this? That an email that was, and you notice he tried to play a sneaky game, right? He tried to say that, well, they just took 4 emails that all said the same thing and put it in one email. It's like, no, that's not what the IC said. That was not the assessment. And that doesn't even make sense, right? That doesn't pass the public. Why would you take 4 emails of the same thing and then put them into one email? That doesn't make sense. Yeah. Jesus.
Easy trophy.
Oh yeah, this was the tweet that I was quoting earlier. We pretended not to know the tweet. But we also watched him say the same thing on the debate. Russia had evidence. The Obama State Department offered Russia had evidence. The Obama State Department offered something religious organizations money to support Hillary or support Hillary. There's enormous kind of time. Yeah, he thought this stuff was true. But we heard him bring it up in that other debate. He thought it was also that they had evidence. It's not that they had evidence that Russia's was doing better. Oh, Jesus. Oh, what was the other thing? Oh, the other thing was he played another game where he was saying that Obama got an intelligence report, but he didn't like it, so then he requested a new one. The implication being that on December 8th he was presented with something and he was like, no, I don't like that. I want a new one on December 9th. But the ICA that they were talking about was one in September, and then he asked for a new one. But like another one, not like I don't like the last one, but it was just like a new ICA. There was no like rejection of something said. Yeah, Jesus. And then he tried to say that like the ICA and the PDVs and everything were all the same. It was all the same thing. Oh, that was the second one. Yeah, Jesus. This started breaking. I just want to cover it. It's James O'Keefe shit, so it's not going to be fucking bullshit. That's what I don't trust any of it. Rocket complaining the results to Russia, wanted to reduce. Oh yeah, the reports. Why are we doing mouse spike research? Just to see what's going on with that guy. I'm doing this. My voice is down. Okay. Honeycomb, cane, Candy cane. Airbrush. Organism. Pamplemousse. Solar panel. Angel. Fix. Spreadsheet. Pencil. Screen notes. Touch-up. Cornichon. Photoshop. Bro. Oh my god. Gee, is this like the extra hard edition? What is Pamplemousse? Or Cornicon? Or Cornichon? Oh. Oh, wait, hold on. I think I might have one. No. Pastas? Are these like pasta names that I don't know? Angel hair? Oh, it's like Chef Boyardee. Touch up, Photoshop, airbrush, fix. This is to like make something to repair or clean up. Okay.
Place in the gauntlet. There's top 100. I don't understand. So many people were talking. They were talking shit to me in Act 4, and Act 5, and Act 6 when I was alive. I wasn't even dead. It's like I would almost rather just. I'd rather just not play. You know what I mean? I don't know why they were talking shit to me when I was alive. What's going on here? What are we doing here, Brian? Going to a mine or what? What kinds of things did they say? Oh, they pretty much just said, I'm bad, I'm a Diablo 4 player, why am I playing a real man's game? I'll never beat Ben, I'll never be a top player. You know, stuff like that. I was alive. Bozali, Day, Mana, Nine Fingers, Exhale, Blood Shrine. Thank you so much for the subs, guys. The thing is I actually don't know what I actually don't even know what I did. I don't even know what I did to piss off the PoE1 community. I have no idea what I did. Ironically, no one really talked shit. No one really talked shit to me when I died. When the Act 9 boss killed me, I don't think anybody messaged me then. And when there's a bugged skill for mercenaries. I can't remember what it's called. I bet someone in chat knows the name of it. The chaos damage attack that kills you instantly that I didn't know about. Steel Mage and Zizran watched me die on their broadcast. They said, oh yeah, that's the bug skill. It's going to kill Rax in one hit. Yeah, boom. I was like, oh. I'm dead? He hit me for 5,000 damage. I had 63 chaos res. Ziz started this by dissing Rob. I gotta be honest with you. Buddy. I wholeheartedly do not play consistent. I do not think it's Scissorin's fault at all. I'm so good. PoE1 players are mad at me for being so good. Oh god, I don't think it's that. I don't think it's that I'm so good. I haven't really done anything impressive ever in PoE1. I mean, I 2 seasons in a row, 7 of 7 the Uber bosses. So that feels good. But the builds these days have gotten so strong. Doing the Uber bosses is pretty. Oh my god, dude. Bro. Alright, I'm gonna kill Root. I have 2,000 MS. I'm gonna kill... I can't even move. Oh my god. Oh. What the shit is happening? I can't move. What?
Go.
Okay, we're moving again. Alright. I have 25 fire res for Ruja. That really all I have? Alright, I'm gonna try to 100-0 Ruja here. I was hoping I would do way more damage than this. My damage has fallen off a cliff here. Huh. My damage is so terrible. Oof.
Can I help?
Jesus. Jonas, thank you so much for the sub, man. Yeah, I do have Perfect Strike. We need to cut that, I guess, and use that. Perfect Strike, I know it... No, I haven't died. I actually have no deaths in hardcore this league. I also, technically, on my Sorcerer, I never died on my Spark Sorcerer. My Sorcerer has 9 deaths, but all 9 deaths were on Arc. When I respec Arc, I didn't die. I don't think I have 1 death on Spark. So I actually haven't died on Spark. I haven't died on Warrior, and I haven't died on Witch. My Monk, on the other hand, that's a different story. We don't talk about that. We don't talk about the Monk. Absolutely not. Why not? Oh, you know, reasons. Life, energy, shield, all attributes. This is like the exact same. It's like the same as my amulet. It's just better. I probably shouldn't be using a club from the beginning of the game, right? I probably shouldn't be using a club from the beginning of the game anymore. You know? Probably not. Yeah, I mean, this is already way better. You know, I should probably, like, upgrade my weapon from, like, the beginning of the game. My stash organization. You want to know why my stash has no organization? It's because this is the only tab I use. Look at my other tabs. Empty, 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 empty. I don't have to organize it because I just go here and all I do is look around for blue colors. This is blue. It's got life on it. It's got no resistances though. Looking for blue here. Did I die? No. I lived. Let me go on my Lich for a second. None of my characters are dead, guys. All of my characters are alive. Both of my hardcore characters are alive, and my softcore characters can die all they want. I rage deleted my monk. I deleted it. I deleted it, guys. I deleted it on like the first day. Monk was softcore. I deleted him. He's gone.
Fury.
Wait, what? Wrong character? It's not the right character. Was it shitty? It was, but it was shitty because I couldn't find any gear for it. Burke, thank you so much for the gifted, man. Yeah, the servers here are terrible. Wow, now that's a dick smasher right there. That's required level 28 though.
Welcome. Hey. Look at this. Isn't it wonderful?
That'll work just fine.
A place of our own. So if only my parents. Thanks for believing in me. I'll do you proud.
Let's see if I can hit fizz damage on either of these. Do I have an essence?
Seen more of those altars?
What is it?
Have an order? Hello there.
That's very good. Okay. All right, that'll be very nice for Mr. Warrior Man. Mr. Warrior Man will appreciate that very much. Love the stream. Thanks for saying that, man. Guys, 6.5 years ago, well, 6.5 years ago in 9 days, I said I would stream every single day, no exceptions, for 10 straight years. In 9 days, we've streamed every day for 6.5 years, no misses. Yeah, I deleted my monk. I shouldn't have, though. Wish I would have kept him. Did I stream when I had COVID? Yeah, but that was not such a good idea. M Pawns, thanks for the sub, man. Yeah, it's been 6.5 years.
Go on. Time is of the essence.
Ask GGG to bring it back. I'm not gonna bother grinding gear games with such petty requests. They don't. We're doing the hot tub stream when DM flies here. Confirmed, we are doing it. And I think DM is coming soon, like in the next month or so. Hasn't been from this room, no. I've streamed from 3 different locations. I started in my house in Iowa, and then my apartment in Nebraska, and now my house in Nebraska. 3 different locations. Don't ask me about my hair. I have normal, brown, non-balding hair. You'll see it in the hot tub stream in a month. I have just normal, unremarkable, normal brown hair. Which state am I? Which state am I in? Nebraska. You saw my state of the game for Diablo 4, but there's new secret stuff coming that the streamers know about. Can we expect it to become a great game? Okay, I'm gonna tell you what I can tell you. Okay, I have an NDA. So I will tell you what I can tell you. I went to the stream. They presented us what's coming, I think, over the next year. What's coming on the table. All of it was extremely high level. It would be like saying,
Right choice.
Rax, we're giving you a car.
Of course.
I say, okay, what kind of car? How old is it? Which car? What features? When? No dates. There's 2 rules in the meeting. No dates, no details. It's just a high-level presentation. They did open it up for Q&A. I raised my hand immediately, as I always did, and I started digging for details. And they said, kindly and respectfully, no dates, no details.
Oh, I got my first perfect essence. I am pushing to stay ahead of the old man. You are correct, Dad. Yes. It's gonna happen, Dad. Okay, what does my perfect essence do here? Digital Beholder. I love that name, man. Okay, we're gonna let Delirium fade. And we're gonna do my first perfect essence. I don't know what enhancement does. We're gonna find out right now. What does perfect essence of enhancement do? 20 to 30% increased global defenses. That seems kind of cool. Removes a random mod and augments a rare item with a new guaranteed modifier. Oh, okay. Okay, do all perfect essences do that? Or do all the perfect essences do different things? Do they all act as like a Chaos Orb? Instead of a Regal? Let's go. All perfects do that, so they're all acting like that. Okay.
What monstrosities make their home here? Thunderous shot! Nowhere to run.
One gives +6 to attack skills. That's pretty wild.
Too weak, too slow.
My dad thinks he's intimidating me. You will not intimidate me. I will keep going. I shan't stop. Alright. Potentially nice body armor. Oh wow. Myself that's almost okay, but not really. Yeah. Maybe I'll list that in the shop for like, I don't know. Manage shop. One chaos. I don't know, Anj. I don't freaking know. I'm just throwing crap in there and seeing what happens. Probably not a good price. I've never claimed to be a good price for goods. Good night, son. I will pass you in the morning. No, my dad has failed. Is bro reading YouTube chat? How did you plan on reading YouTube chat? Stacati-ware. I'm reading all the chats. I'm always reading all the chats. I love all of my chats equally. Right, YouTube chat? Right? Alright. Let's go another into volatility. Right.
Storming arrow!
There it is. Let's move.
Yes, I will. Okay. One in the top one. Okay. Can you just give us the line you held?
We're wearing it down.
You hate me, Try? How come you love this patch? Because I've been having fun. Oh, damn! Oh, destroyed! I can't believe it! I can't believe it! Get this man out of here! UQ overlay helps pressure. See, I don't like third-party stuff. All the power to people who use it, but I just don't like it. We're gonna try to top the T10, guys. I get that it's giga useful though. I'm just a weirdo. I'm a masochist. Okay. Canyon map with a boss. I don't know who the boss is. Morvac the Infernal. Is it the same boss as the interlude guy? The captured beast with fire theming? I swear if it's a surprise Asmati, I'm gonna lose my crap. Man, the Eliarez on these guys making a little tough, isn't it?
Fury.
It's okay, we persist. Hope it's Asmati. Dude, if it's Asmati, it's so over. Alright, is this the Chaos Pustules on the ground? Yes, it is. Okay. Oh boy. I cannot see the pustules on the ground, and I probably will get one shot by them. Hollow Palm looks cool. Dude, it looks cool. So I like looking cool, and I like still feeling good. So that's why I honestly prefer melee a lot of the time. And dang, does Hollow Palm deliver on both fronts. Like, it seriously does, you guys. If you want to look cool and you want to feel good while looking cool, well, Hollow Palm. And apparently a lot of different variations work. It's not just Ice Strike. Like Tempest Flurry, the wind stuff works too well, apparently. There's a lot of different ways you can go with it. Storm Wave. Cool. Greater Essence of Ruin. Get popped. Didn't even get to see what you do, Greater Essence of Ruin. Oh, wow. Well, the environment just really changed. Whoa, that was a lag spike there. Did you guys see that? Why can't I put anything in your merchant's tab? Do you have a merchant's tab?
I'm not ready.
What's good, people? What's going on? You have a really dark name. I can't read it. So what's going on? It's completely like blurred out, essentially, on my overlay.
Thunderous shot.
I'm so scared of these ripples, you guys. Oh my goodness. Oh, we got a guy right here. Oh, another essence. Let's go, guys. I am printing essences right now. As much as I've ever printed anything, honestly.
Don't mind if I do.
Uh-oh. Just call me hated. Is this my first character this league? It is. I blasted. I played a lot the first 3 days, and then I took the next 3 days off because I got really sick. I was just spending time with my family. So this is like my first time continuing in maps and everything. I just went in blind, made my own build. I'm not really a theory crafter or anything. Was just building stuff based in the game, and I've been having a blast. I haven't really scaled the chaos damage with Hollow Palm yet. That's what I'm currently speccing into in the passive tree. So we're gonna see how that goes. Somebody is slowing me a lot. Oh. Hey now, hey now, hey now. What's going on? What's good? Speak to Zelina. Oh yeah, that was my first set of rituals that I did. Crafting good now, try. The way I have engaged with it, yes, crafting is now good. And the consensus appears to be that deterministic crafting is basically in the game with all the tools that are kind of readily available. I've heard good things and I've experienced good things, although I haven't done a lot of endgame crafting just yet. I've just been trying to progress through the tiers of the Atlas right now and just fighting bosses and stuff. Getting all the RNG-based stuff out of the way, like the Jeweler's Orbs and all that stuff. Been having great success tonight. We got our perfect... Oh, we got an Abyss. We got our perfect Jeweler's Orb on the stream tonight. Oh boy. That was actually a pretty easy Abyss clear. Am I about to eat my words? Possibly. Okay, I just had something explode there. Oh, another render crash. Exiles are eating well. Yeah, Zal. I mean, I've been really loving this patch, dude. Try, can you sing I Like Candy? I like candy. Sure, there you go. 9 out of 10, by the way. 9 out of 10 patch, by the way. 9 out of 10 patch, by the way. May have made some people upset, and jokingly so. I try playing it. Yeah, it's really, really fun. Oh, heck yeah. Let's go. Okay. God, Abyss is just freaking spewing currency forth. Only add prefix mods. Anything good in here? Let's get petition splinters. Heck yeah. I want to fight the King of the Mist. Can I re-roll for 1,000 tribute? Yeah, probably not worth it. Let's just do a Sinestral. Let's get an Exalt. I don't know. And an Orb Block. Okay, whatever. We'll just...
Can I help?
9 out of 10 crash, by the way. Literally 10 out of 10 crash, honestly. Come on, guys. We love our crashes here. It gives me time to ponder, you know? I just love my GGG crashes.
Yes?
Okay, I wonder if this is Asmati. I literally don't know who this boss is. Oh my gosh. They almost got me. I think it's just the fire blind beast. Yeah, it is. Yep. Okay, I pounded this guy before. No, 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 no. We got him. Hell yeah. Big freeze. I do understand your rating. I just had a different experience. For example, on other stories, you're not had a single lightning unit. Ugh. I don't know if they'll come to take effect the amount of rooms that were secret general is beyond minimum. A lot of people are pointing that out. I noticed the rune drop off after Act 2. But in Act 1 and 2, I got a bunch of runes. I did just engage with trade to get a whole bunch of like runes I needed. But I did notice like the rune drop off. It's Diablo. Please don't turn evil. I'm not going to turn evil. Not going to turn evil, seriously. What's the purple stuff around you? It's volatility. It gives me 1% extra chaos damage for every volatility I've stacked once it pops. Can't see X. Oh, that's true. You can't currency exchange until you're first doing an export. That's true. Yeah, so it's kind of rough if you're not getting the rune drops. Yeah, it's real. I mean, a rating of the game is pretty variable, I'd say. I think that's fair. Like, not everybody's going to get the same rating. That's the point of a rating. Of course, a lot of people attributed my 9 out of 10 rating to me being a chill or just liking everything grinding your game does, which is explicitly false. So. Or they legitimately think that. I think some people, unfortunately, legitimately think that. And, just feel sorry for them. Okay, let's see.
Storm point!
Wait. Oh, I got ritual passive points. Idiot. Okay. I also got those. Okay. I love them actually getting points. I got those. Okay, ritual. Yeah. Skills from the 12th solution. Rolling saber time, cost reduced tribute. Oh yeah, I wanna do more. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Heck yeah. I want more omens. Give me more omens. Oh my goodness. Right up the middle is good. Nah, I like omens, bro. Give me omens. Kimber Grumps 10 out of 10. Yeah, it's had issues. Like that's for sure. I mean, you guys have literally watched crash on stream 5 times. 5 times. That's not good, guys. I don't know if people realize this, but that's like really not good. They're obvious. I'd assume they're seeking to fix that as soon as possible. My brother's installing off, bro. Really? You're quitting on me, man? Well, I'm probably gonna catch up to you tonight then, man. Oh, we got a nexus of corruption right there. Okay, or do we try to chase this and hopefully unlock the mansion and the mist in this one? We can do the mansion and the mist. We also have this bubbly thing. And Castaway? Oh my god. How many unique maps do we have now? Let's do this and then do that unique map into that unique map. Hell yeah. Let's just unique it up, dude. Hell yeah. Good night, Burnham. Try, do you think moving the tablet bonus to be just on the Atlas point single solution to power? Like to make a base Atlas tree, like to make the base Atlas tree more powerful? I don't know, cause like I think they want to try something new. I think that's kind of similar to what we have in PoE 1, right? I think they're going to try another... I think they're going to try to change up powers even more. Or just try another very different system. I honestly think that's what they're going to do. Map is super fun. Yeah, I've been enjoying the maps. I've liked mapping. I haven't stopped playing. I mean, I need to stop playing because I have work tomorrow, but I have not stopped playing. That's all you need to know, guys. Seriously. Oh, I thought I just got heavy stun there, but I didn't. That's good. Oh, we've got some powerful monsters on this map, guys. We better be careful. We got the chaos dudes. They're gonna blow us up at one point. I just know it. Do you have the Atlas points about the Nexus quest? I've only done one Nexus. So I have 5 points. And then I have 2 from doing one unique map. The Calandra map. Yeah, MX, the community's been pretty rough. Although I feel like with this patch, after the first few days, people were improving a little bit, fortunately. And I do think a lot of the problem is with the cliff channels and people just thinking that everybody hates the game when that's not true. Even though some people do go way too hard with the rage bait and everything. Very unfortunate. I just hate that's the way that a lot of people do content. And it's like encouraged by their viewers, like they feed into it. Instead of being more level-headed and just enjoying the game, like gaming and giving thoughtful feedback and everything. And then there's a group of people who are like, oh, well, so you're saying any feedback is hate? No, of course that's not what I'm saying, bro. No, bro, that's not what I'm saying. Listen to my words. Don't put words in my mouth. Listen to what I'm actually saying. Come on. That's silly talk. There's so few people who actually think that. It's crazy.
All right, your order is
now, unfortunately, there have been some recent unfortunate events, so been hyper focused right now. Oh, degens, massive degens. No! Stupid DJ, you got the ground. Ah. Can't believe it. Yeah, I can't stop playing. Like, I can stop playing if I wanted to, but I know what you mean. Like, I've been enjoying this patch a massive amount. And I plan on making multiple characters. Like, the campaign itself, just not having the repeats, felt so freaking good, and I love the interludes as well. I saw some people saying the interludes were slogs. Guys, I'm not gonna lie, I thought the interludes were pretty freaking cool. I thought they were well done. I enjoy them. No, I'm not being a shill. I legitimately thought they were super cool. So I'm excited to play the interludes again. And I will be kind of sad when they're gone because they do have like unique encounters and everything. Which, okay, they will be in the end game. They'll just be, random encounters essentially. Whoa, that was all the crazy. Yeah, those people. Which, to be fair, I think that's a very vocal minority, the people who don't like PoE 2 because it's not a carbon copy of PoE 1. I do think that is legit a very vocal minority, and it is it's fewer in number ever since PoE 1, well, since the PoE 1 update came out. And more that's just going to shrink as more and more PoE 2 updates hit. Isn't there as more PoE 1 updates hit, sorry. Isn't there wasn't there a Dryax stone on here? I think there was a Dryax stone on here. Is that just randomly somewhere in the map? Like, do I need to find it? I'm pretty sure this map had one. Through there, just very loud. Yeah. Devil's Advocate, they felt pretty long at times. I got through them so fast, dude. Maybe my build was just popping off at that time, but I was zooming through them. The longest one, I think, was Interlude 1 to me. The others just flew. I guess I gotta look at the times. It took me 20 hours to get to endgame. So I guess I gotta look at the times, but it, like, I'm not capping. The time seemed to fly by. Maybe it's just because I was having fun. Like, literally. I thought there was a Dryax stone here. Am I just completely wrong? Maybe I was wrong. Love this patch, Braveheart. Oh, that's good to hear, man. Yeah, MX. Yeah, I hear you, dude. I agree.